you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome in, everyone. Road to EWC is coming to the end. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing Gibson cast, mate. Welcome in. It feels like 1,000 degrees in here, mate, but we got to get the road going.
I was just about to say, just like the temperatures are heating up in the UK and Ireland, it is heating up for these teams to try to qualify for EWC, which might actually be the PUBG LAN in the hottest part of the world that we have them as well. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun over the course of this weekend to find out who will be joining the other two qualified EMEA teams over in the desert.
That's the big thing. We're just heating up in the kitchen now because it's bloody hot here, but the guys and girls need to get ready. It's all about how did we get to this point. And for those that have been following along with us, we had the open qualifiers that went into the closed group stages. There were 24 teams, are split down to 3 groups, and we duked it out. We took 8 through to the finals, and then we saw this week that actually we had another 16 teams that were left duking out for another top 8 spots, and that went to the wire. Me and Gibson, we were there, mate. It was down to the last game, but now we have those 16 teams, and this is the magic number. The magic number, Gibson. We've only got 3 spots to take forward to join Twisted Minds and BBT.
And if you're a math buff, that's less than a 1 in 4 chance for these teams to make it over the line. And looking at those teams that will be taking part over this weekend, you've got some of the biggest names inside of the EMEA region. VP, GK, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, and along with some up-and-comers in there, like Slam G's a team worth keeping an eye on. Redline might have surprised a few people getting over the line as well. But all in all, every single team that is there right now, Mark, earned the right to be there. They went through all those qualifier stages. They're all going to be here, but unfortunately, only 3 of these sides are going to make it over the line.
And this is a big bit, right? Some of these teams qualify straight through in the close. Qualifiers have done well. We've had huge changes in rosters around the EMEA. We've had FaZe pick up, we've had Na'Vi change. We've had, obviously, VP. We've had Foot, obviously, who haven't made it now. They obviously had a big change as well. So there's a big change amongst our region. Some got it done quite quickly when it came down to the close qualifiers. But as we mentioned, though, during this week, actually the last stage, the last chance, it went down to the wire. Voptrox found themselves a spot, though. But as you mentioned already, Redline, huge team for me to watch here. They didn't perform on day number 1 when it came to the last chance. Hopefully they don't leave it until Sunday. They need to get things going, but they're a team, if they perform strong, potentially could get up in the points. Will they get to a top 3? That's up to the fans and for them to decide. But for me, you've got to be looking at those big star names.
Exactly. So many big names in there, like Ascend as well. And you might be wondering what the schedule of this weekend is going to be. Well, it is best of 6 every single day, 18 maps total over the course of the next 3 days to find out who those top 3 teams will be. And to kick things off tonight, Mark, it is starting off on the age-old Erangel, which I'm sure a lot of people will be glad to see. A nice, I'd like to say Erangel's a nice one to lower those heart rates and just ease the players in.
No step away. It's the most rehearsed map. It's where they've got a point to prove when you go across to the sandy dunes. But yeah, we are going to be kicking things off in Erangel. We've got the wildcard maps. We know some of the teams like and they prefer some of these wildcard maps because some of the unhousehold names, they're the ones that like to perform. We look at the Ascends. They do quite well in these. We look at the Slam G's, a stacked roster and can perform on our wildcard maps. And then we go back to the sandy dunes in Miramar. Now, we know how difficult that can be if we get some crazy circles like we had in the closed, and more importantly, the last chance. If those crazy circles appear again, Gibson, might come down to technicality and actually raw skill set that these teams ensure they get a win.
100%. And for the viewers at home who are wondering, this is going to be played in the super format. 1 point for a kill, 10 points for a chicken dinner. Top 8 all get placement points. And it is on the older patch as well. So there is not any ability to bring your teammates back like there's going to be at PNC later on in July. So it's the old format. It is as simple as it could be for these viewers to understand. But one thing is definitely not simple. It is the task at hand for these teams.
And again, I think I've been asked this several times here, Gibson, who is going to be going through? And it's so tough, right? There's a lot of these teams where there's an argument to say they should be going through. Some have already had the taste of land, so I sway towards kind of the GKs. I know you sway towards the Na'Vis. They've picked up extends. They're looking pretty hot on fire at the moment, but there's sometimes a team that can blow hot and cold. And then you've got FaZe new pickup, VP new pickup, all teams which I think actually day number 1's going to be critical for them, because if they don't start as they mean to go on, would it be too little too late to try and catch up with the rest of the pack? We've seen some craziness from GK, but again, everyone keeps asking me who is going to qualify, Mark, and it's like, do you know what? There's an argument for a lot of these teams.
I think it's harder inside of the EMEA region to guess who's going to qualify than it is in some of the other regions, right? Because there's so much strength and depth. You've got teams that have gotten in here that nobody expected to be here, you know, and you have teams that didn't get here that everyone thought would be here, like you said about Foot. So this is a race to take part in what basically is the biggest gaming event in the world. EWC, there are millions up for grabs for these players. Any player who's been there in the past, or any talent member that's been there in the past, will tell you the hospitality is incredible. The players have a brilliant time. And I think that's one of the reasons why some of those players want to get there for the first time as well, is because you get treated like a king over there, and those players definitely want to get the chance to maybe take that trophy off of a certain North American team's hands, who are the only ever winners over in Riyadh of any PUBG events.
Who invited this guy? Haven't production. Get rid of him. NA invasion. Now he's trying to pick up. We've got the best region here, and we're here to stay. I want to talk about a couple of teams. We are getting game number 1 ready at the moment. We are getting the flight path ready and cooked. But actually, I want to quickly mention about SlamG. SlamG, obviously, during the closed qualifiers, the open qualifiers, they actually nearly went through on a 9th place. Lucky enough for them, there's disqualification. PUBG sorted it out, and obviously they found themselves in. And since that point there, Gibson, for me, this team doesn't want to take second chances. They're kind of the team now that's driving forward, and on paper, as I said before, this should be one to watch. Hopefully we might get an outsider bet, not a household name, maybe a SlamG will be looking to punch their ticket to EWC.
SlamG, of course, led by a lot of young talent that are worth keeping an eye on. Contesters are a team that I think are worth keeping an eye on as well. But as we said, they do not have to worry about Twisted Minds or BB Team. They are already going to the event. They're not playing in these qualifiers. So that just means that maybe for the likes of, I'm going to say it, I think for Na'Vi, it should be a little bit easier, Mark, because we know that on some of these maps, there's hot drops between both of those sides. So it gives Na'Vi the opportunity to play their game a little bit more.
Yeah, just see if someone wants to fill into kind of that Twisted Mind spot, take their drop spot. We look at the Rondos and we go to the test tracks and the Inox Factory. That's on a duke off. I think there's been a little bit of agreement between those two teams that they've kind of left their own devices. But even that aside, and put Navi to one side at the moment, when we take Twisted Minds out, when we take a BB team out of here, the lobby sometimes plays, and it's going to be down to that team, that individual group that's going to go, hey, do you know what? We need to step up here. We need to flex out. We need to be the Twisted Minds, because arguably in the region, they've been kind of like this pinnacle team, the champions back to back last year. And actually now we've got the opportunity to see some shining lights come through, and then it comes back to those other household names. There's a VP take it. FaZe is looking on fire, and as you mentioned before, Na'Vi might have the freedom to move because they've not got a neighbor pressing them.
Yeah, for those at home, though, as you can tell, the music is starting to increase. We're getting closer and closer to game number 1. And this is where I'm going to throw you under the bus to kick things off, Mark. Who do you think is going to start out the strongest of the 16 teams here on Erangel?
Oh, you had to do it. You had to do it. With this flight path though coming from northwest down to an east, yeah, you gotta look at some of those teams on that north side, like a San Martin. We're potentially going to see like our likes of like Win or Die. So, do you know what? I'm going FaZe. FaZe are going to go cruise, and they're going to control this zone from here. FaZe game number 1 maybe, but I'm going to throw it straight back to you. Come on, and you can't say nothing, mate.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to go for. I'm going to go for a GK one in game number 1. That's what I'm going to shout for here on... Well, we're starting on Miramar. I thought we were starting on Erangel, but we are starting on Miramar to kick things off. But Mark, looking at it, the flight path very favored towards the north section of the map, starting off in Alcantara, finishing off just to the east of Truck Stop. Los Leones is not really within dropping distance. Chimicera the same. So a lot of these teams are going to be pushing for their alt drops, and we might just see some congestion when it comes to those vehicles in the early stages.
Yeah, it is very much of a north side here. We do like that sort of northeast. It gives us a lot to offer, from towns, high, low, ground, open terrain, and everything in between that Miramar has to offer. Yes, it's not the grassy pastures of Erangel, but the sandy dunes of Miramar. But it is one of my favourite places up in that neck of the woods. For the rest of the guys, though, everyone's pretty much out. We have got a little duke out for some of their cars, but no initial hot drops. And that's kind of part and parcel here. It's match number 1, right? We've got to get the tempo of the lobby set. And for most of these teams, they're going to try and get those cars and ensure they get to their drop spots to get the gear to bring it to the late game.
Yeah, Eternal Fire here, one of our representatives from Turkey. They'll be hoping to perform pretty well. Of course, congratulations. Some of these players have just been announced as part of the PNC team for Turkey. So you know, this is a nice opportunity for them to stack up back-to-back lands if they're able to get to PNC or to get to EWC and PNC. But that circle shift, it does a lot of favors for, I think, Hypebeasts. You know, I think we should talk a bit about Hypebeasts, right? Because we, you know, I don't even think we were mean, but I think at the weekend we were a little bit disappointed by their play. We looked at the roster and we said, these guys should be in a much better position than what they found themselves in. Then they kicked things off in those, you know, last chance qualifiers. They had a phenomenal run, getting right up near the top of that lobby. I think for them, really big opportunity with a circle to start things off right.
Yeah, it's always, I just feel like it's the topic when we talk about Hypebeast. They've been controlling their way up. They've been grinding the circuit for a while now. And look, as a result, they went out in the open qualifiers before. They've worked their way through to groups and closed qualifiers, last chance. And now they find themselves at the grand final. So they're a team on an upward trajectory, which I love to see. They're a team which we could see massive improvements. The likes of Keta, Noik, Vazu, and even Nitro, to be fair. All of these have had individual moments during this event, this road to EWC, right? But does nerves get the better of them when they look at the rest of the lobby and it's the more stacked environment? Is that something that they're taking into account? If they just stop and play their own game, sure, Gibson, they're going to be up there. They're going to be a team that we're going to be talking about. But I do worry they look at some of these other logos and some of the other teams that are around them, and that changes how they play.
And here we have an early game potential fight as Dante looks to make his way up on top of Batulin's Hill. And Bombolovo, he's been there, he's there a cool little bit earlier. And your first kill will be Dante, who will fall. And Fairy Tale, as of things right now, are top of that leaderboard. He's going to hide that bike. Another one for him. And maybe he could set that trap once more. But you know what? I'm a massive fan of Bombolovo taking that ground so early and able to take advantage by getting that opening kill.
What did you say? With no twisted minds who get the opportunity to move around, well, Bombolovo for Fairy Tale opted to take the high ground. We know the goat of the mountain, and that's Sasha Batulins, and he's the one which will look over, especially that neck of the woods, and great to see that Fairy Tale looking to step into those shoes and actually start putting their first kill on the board. That there is some nerves off the chest, and do you know what? They're a team that deserve it. I've always said this team performs really well when it comes down to Miramars, and arguably now they're fighting against me because they're starting to perform against on the other maps.
Yeah, and I'm looking at GK, another team that a lot of people are expecting big things from. PWD, Spyro, Quizzy, and Diffix. They'll be looking to take advantage of the circle as they make their way just south of where Power Grid is playing. And I think they'll park up. They'll wait here for a little while and see where the circle is going to go for now. Elsewhere, we did see Ascend calling that E-pickup, but I think that they realized with the flight path and looking at where other teams might have dropped that they didn't necessarily need to take it. They'll be happy enough just driving in from the north.
The drop now, obviously, they used to drop down in that southwest corner. They now drop for water treatment. They've got a nice path in. They're not that far away from the zone. We've already seen It's Chris with a kill as well. So, again, a good start and Ascending it go through the closed qualifiers. They had to duke it out. And do you know what? They duked out so well. High performance from Ascend. They've got to be coming off the back of the last chance with a little bit of a spring in their step, and hopefully we will see that because this team has got huge amounts of following, a massive fan base. And you know what? I'd love to see them in a top 3 conversation because they do have what it takes.
Yeah, nail up here for Redline. This is a team, as we said, really had a good Wednesday that qualified them through to this point. Nod, Zico, nail up, and Evas. People are going to say, can they get over the line? Well, the joys of this event this weekend is every single team has as good a chance as everybody else. Obviously, those chances will fluctuate as the days go, as the days and maps go through. But at this point, everybody has got the equal footing and equal chance to qualify through. But what about Hive? This is a side that were brilliant on Wednesday. They were right up at the top of that leaderboard as well inside the LCQs. A team that didn't quite live up to expectations in the ABC group format.
No, and we always come back to this. Actually, on paper, is strong, right? Every one of these players has the capabilities of being a superstar in their own. You naturally, sometimes you put a superstar roster together and you expect him just to gel and go. Obviously, change the name. There's obviously added pressure now coming involved. They're just not firing on all cylinders. They have clawed their way through here, Gibson, but are they going to do enough to continue that conversation into a top 3 spot? I think a little bit more time is needed, a little more runs together. might be the case. But look, prove me wrong, guys. That's what I want to see. Here we go with contestants, though. As they would sort of hunker down. Ascend have moved their way in. Ascend, as I said, already got the opportunity at a kill. As they are just lurking. Now, this is a key area. It is match number 1. So contestants, we mentioned, though, in that pre-show, it is arguably a strong team. And again, a team which needs to try and ensure they get points on the board. But what you don't want is Ascend running through here. Now, they're clearing out the area. It is a pretty dance, though, Gibson, is if one of them step on that landmine, it might be a quick kill and confirm, which is ensured destruction for both, but arguably Ascend don't want to be losing a body there.
Yeah, you don't want to lose anybody early. Of course, we have got 2 players out of things as stands, and you know what? The conversation was had earlier over on the Korea broadcast. It's losing players is a big no-no early on. Snap is down. Modic is down as well, as Ascend will pick up a second kill off the back of contesters, and that's another bit of space confirmed for them. We turn our attention now to Power Grid. As you can see, you've got Win or Die hanging around up in this section of the map. They'll be looking to pick up some points of their own as well. But for contesters, that is the worst possible start for them as well. 8 minutes gone, 2 players down. Not what you want to see.
No. And again, a strong team. Definitely a strong team. I said no. I said they might just be coming off the back of that last chance. And they did top the lobby, as I said before. They, again, an aggressive amount of kills. There wasn't as fair of a balance. We know Ascend sometimes like to lurk around the outside and work their way in slowly. They've definitely changed. And as I said before, I've said it quite openly. If Ascend go aggressive, they've got the gun skills, they've got the mechanic gift, they're able to deliver, right? It's when I see them lurking on the outside, and sometimes you have to do that because of the zones, Gibson. I get that, right? But sometimes when Ascend get themselves aggressive, they take the fights head to head, they normally come out on top. And what was it, 102 points last chance? That's a huge win from them, and that's going to be breathing confidence in that team.
Yeah, Levante here for Win or Die. You know, we've seen this side win inside of the EMEA region in the Brutality Tour a year or so ago. It's been very hit and miss for them from that point on. I think the biggest issue that team has always had has been consistency. Can they consistently put up performances like we know they can? And the thing that I think is worth bringing up is every team in this lobby is more than good enough to win maps. Every team in this lobby can get 20-point wins. The difference is those teams are between the good teams and, you know, the great teams is the great teams, even when they're having a bad game, will get 5, 6, 7 points on the board. It's all about not necessarily maximizing the points you get on your wins. It's about minimizing the point losses on your losses.
Yeah, just getting that balance nicely. Hakatori blasting towards Vorpal Sword as they take out the boxing ring. They've got the res. Now they're going to have to just wait this one out. Phase number 2. See, with the shift. Again, Na'Vi in a position now to potentially try and hold out, but there's no need just to kind of be over-aggressive with that shift back down towards that kind of south-east corner. Vorpal Sword just might want to reposition slightly, ensure they maybe take some high ground, and if not, the elevation that's in front of them. And Na'Vi on a huge split as well. No need for them just to move. It's actually going to come from some of the teams that wraps in quite wide, especially on the west now, Gibson, because they have to kind of retract their way back into zone.
Yeah, James here from FaZe Clan. He's got a line of sight up towards Win or Die. Remember, they're sharing that compound with the contesters who are down 2 players. With Ascend picking up points a little while ago. Fairest will spot out Art as he will drop inside the boxing arena inside of Picado. I think that circle shift is not the worst in the world to drop inside the city. Like we always say, getting into cities isn't... Oh my god, nice headshot. But getting into... Oh,
spin, get up there, GK style.
Spiral, more like spirals with the way he landed that car inside the compound.
It's a technique only a few perfect that, Gibson. It definitely was a flap at the dragon wings, but he 360 backfits and he's able to get back there. And Hakatori finds himself again punishing Vorpal Sword from his position. They might have moved location, but Hakatori holding firm. Nice back for obviously before as well, so we have to wait and see how that kind of digs out. And PWD, the brains of GK, he sits just underneath the rock where Forest is positioned. Now, he does have the high ground first. He's able to provide the information. But for now, PWD would just kind of be happy, just sitting, watching. Arguably, GK So just keeping a close eye on him.
This is the thing, just keep... Oh my god, Gedrox will catch out one of the members of Hive. Remember, Hive are down to a 3, making it 2 after that knock, but the rest of Win or Die are still inside this fight. Schengen is down. Smoke grenades will be thrown, will be tossed in an attempt to potentially get that res off, but Hive have got to be careful. This is a really bad situation for them to be on. I think they're cutting their ties. They've realized that Schengen is gone. They almost lose another on the way past as Ascend puts some pressure onto Braxco, but for Hive... They went for the crash. They thought they could live in that spot. But Win or Die, they managed to get a kill on the board, and they should also be able to get this res onto Gedrox.
Yeah, we can see 2 teams living here as well. Contestants obviously down bodies. Win or Die, you're right. They should be able to get the res there. It comes through. Gedrox is up there, back to a 4. Ascends. Look at this. This is the aggressive stance I'm talking about. They're sort of driving their way forward. Hive backing away from this one, getting caught in the sandy dunes. It's Chris. Last a couple of shots, maybe potentially looking to try and take the tyres up. Doesn't quite get the connections. He swaps towards the Org. Does get a little bit of connection now and forcing the stop though. Hive have to go full anchor. They've lost 1, but Chris won't be able to punish anymore.
Yeah, Chris gets the knock, but I don't think he'll be able to get that flush confirmed. But it's not going well for Hive. This is not the way they would have envisioned the first game of the night to go. Now at this point, you're just going to try to pop that door, maybe get an angle inside. What that does is it means that as Presente moves backwards and forwards, Ascend can put more damage onto them. Now, the only thing that I will say is with Brasco playing in this position, and you know there's 2 players in that shack, you've got to be very cognizant of how much ammo you have. You don't want to waste it all in this point of the game, getting knocks that you can't flush, and then potentially needing those bullets a little bit later on as you try to push away from that spot. And here's the Win or Die migration mark.
Yeah, big migration going down as they will whistle past Ascent. It's Chris will be next to take the shots though. Will just hold, making sure Win or Die do not backfill. Contestants obviously still as a duo, so they're happy that everyone is moving and migrating in front of them. But Payne's in the field feed. It's Chris has received some damage, and Melman though, there might be a duo, but they are punishing, but they can't get the flush.
Yeah, and you can see with that circle being the way it is now, there's a lot of teams alive at this point in time. Evas will fall for Redline as Ascend continue what's been a very good start for them as you see that vehicle rocking on up, but thankfully for VP, they're not... Come on, be me. Be me. Be me. He's going to vault in. He's creeping up on the door. He's vaulting in the window.
It was just a little bit too much on the parking there, VMU. But Luke Lux is down. Beamy's able to find himself some safety. Again, let's keep the heads down here. They are slightly split. So Grixie does hold a slight different angle. But obviously the move from FaZe to VP, maybe he's just settling in with the guys. He's just going to find his own home. There's a potential that they might need to cross the red later.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. We've got 56 players alive inside of Phase 3. Picado's just about inside the circle. A Slam G are leaving it there at this point in time. There is a, what I like to call bait drop just on the ridge line of the distance. Hypebeasts have got the angle onto that if anybody thinks that they could potentially get some points on the board. But I like the way Hypebeasts have set this up, right? Use the shield so that if anybody goes in the distance, you can get into cover for Keter. You've got all of the gas station to provide cover. The only thing I hope is that you have blown up the gas station tanks early. You know, you see a lot of teams forget to do that, and then it bites them a little bit later in a crash.
Does bite them a little bit later. Have to wait and see. Slam G. So they moved into sort of Picardo, backfield Vorpal Sword, who took away from Navi. So the migration from the east is still underway. Mogul taking a couple of shots now back towards Geeke. But Slam G, they obviously do need to look forward, look for their next step in towards this zone, because it is difficult. A harder shift away from this one will force them into a kind of open terrain. They have moved towards the south side of this, or south-southeast. They could be able to look onto sort of VOP jogs here. But eventually you've got to feel like they've got to make a decision, and it's not going to be open terrain. They're going to have to hard crash someone.
What's the ceiling for Boostic? Because this is a play. This is a kid, right, who everybody thought was in reserve for Twisted Minds, right? Anytime they needed a sub, he filled in. The reason he wasn't playing in competitions was because he hadn't reached 18 yet. And then there were trials with Navi that didn't quite maybe go the way that he would have wanted. And now he finds himself on Slam G with a point to prove. How high is Boostic's ceiling? Because from the outside looking in, and from everything I've heard from players, he is an incredibly gifted young player. But the key word there, I suppose, is young. He's got a lot to learn.
Yeah, you're sometimes learning though, Gibson, and there is natural talent, and he's got that. You got to remember as well, he was potentially going across to that Na'Vi position as well, but obviously that wasn't the case. But GK is kind of this wild card map, right? These guys are strong, they're able to perform like aggressive, they can turn it up, turn it down. I think the question is not just about boosting, because where's his ceiling, Gibson? It's actually where potentially could this team go once they get into the full groove of things?
Remember, this is a team that missed the cutoff, but then due to a disqualification, got back in and then stormed their way through the groups and made their way on. Redline are eliminated in 16th place, the first team to get fully wiped. It's tough getting into the lobby. Game number 1 of the night. You've got loads more to play, so don't be too disappointed about it. You just gotta get yourself ready, regroup, and get ready to jump back into the battlegrounds. PWD will have to do the exact same as now Spider-Man. PWD been dealt with. Vard gets caught out inside the blue. Gustav as well, and well, this is quizzy. GK lost 2 players, but they're looking to pick up a couple of points, which will at least make that loss feel a little bit easier to deal with.
We'll make the loss feel slightly easier. There goes the jammer pack. That's the blue zone will now start taking damage, and that is obviously phase number 4, so it does sting a little bit. Slam G obviously looked ahead of them, and they only had one option, and that was to crash in first on the hold. Now Mogul just sort of dancing the dance on the inside. As we do bounce back towards phase, a team we expect to go pretty strong and aggressive, but the blue zone will claim, and it claims all at the end of the day. And down to the final Welsh Dragon effects as he charges on forward.
Yeah, it's Quizzy versus Fex. Fex's parents probably watching, but you see that in the distance. It was Melman that got that knock onto Quizzy. GK fall in 15th, but you would imagine that FaZe Clan won't be too far away. Melman should surely know where the solo player is. Well, never mind that. Zhao Yuk is off in the distance, and Zhao Yuk will get wiped out or get that kill onto Fex. 13 teams left now as we're seeing a lot of these numbers begin to fall, and it's all to do with a circle, right? This is a really rough circle for these teams to get in.
It is. And look, is it one we've had before? Is this a new surprising one? No, it's quite well rehearsed, but it comes down to who conquered the land first. Now, obviously, with their split now having to move slightly late, football sort of obviously leapfrogged them, so just keep an eye obviously where they're going to put up. My expectations are they might play into kind of like win or die area after they get a slight breather, but they are going to have to take the breather, and we've seen Na'Vi play aggressive from here. Remember last time they had to play in towards Ascend, and Ascend were the team that held them out. We're just going to wait for the zone, and there's zone pop. It does go further afield.
Oh, look, Dante. He might not be, he might have got wiped earlier, but at least he's still on the license plates of all the Morados, right? So he can still take part in this game in some way, shape, or form. 12 teams left alive now as Vuptrox, who got into this weekend with the most dramatic chicken dinner in the final game of LCQs. Well, they're going to send the team in. Aniko will stand back and hold the line for the team, but the question for Vuptrox is, can you make it to the shack? Can you get somewhere? Well, they're going to play the ridge line instead, Mark, and have they made the send a little too soon?
It's interesting because like Bushido had a huge split there. They've got one player which is Metape, which holding that sort of high side. They have to try and work their way down back towards the action. Knows Hakatori is in the mix of things though, but the shots are coming in from Eternal Fire. Scrap that, the nades are coming in from Zubida and Na'Vi once again moving in from the east. They get denied. Hive claimed a few, so the Vorpal Sword.
Yeah, Vorpal Sword's 3 kills for them. Blue zone now though, is you got to work your way in. Get inside those Morados as you come under heavy fire from Metabay. But at the end of the day, it's all about crossing the line. Magor will get a kill onto Rocks as Hive lose another player inside the opening 20 minutes of this game. But I'm looking at this map, like there's so little that you can move into from this side because so much terrain and so many powerful positions have already been secured that for Vorpal Swords, this is a battle to secure somewhere to play.
Talk about secure where to play. Like Ascend's going to be hard to happy. They're going to try and now deny. Eternal Fire have conquered their way. And Kilika holding the ankles though as Payne's a little bit further in. Brex potentially looking for that sweep around. Chris does get the first knock. As Eternal Fire again, they haven't fully seen all the opportunities. And Code Marco is kind of isolated here. I think Hypebeast, they're going to punish him. Final player. Here goes another nade. Not anymore. They're going to fall. High Beast on the defense, though, on the petrol garage. They're sitting just in the press of the zone now, as we are expecting phase number 6 to expose. Let's pull back their way. So all these teams down the south, like Fairy Tale, got to get moving in. Bushido hold a little element of the zone as well. But it's only a trench. It's open terrain. It's open sand dunes. And this is where we're in the placement points now. We have to continue working our way down. As the guys, we have a flash. I think they're both flashed as they eventually turn around and pick up his Chris. That was painful for a moment. The man flashed himself, his Chris was flashed, and they just kind of sat, waited, watched, and listened. Telefire have conquered slight part of the compound, but Ascend refusing to go down. Vopchak's going to fall now in 8th place. Kilikai has to decide how he wants to kind of move forward. Here's the Cookers and Nade. The man backs up. He backs up onto the top side. Nade comes through, and it is perfect though from Ascend. Kilikai holding out 8 kills from Ascend. We needed a big game, and it's looking like at the moment they've got the kills under the belt, but unfortunately they are starting to lose the zone. Fairy Tale need to think about their reposition. Eyes locked in from Conf though towards Kilikai and Ascend as they continue to kind of duke their way forward. Bushido, as said before, they still got a hold to try and wait here, but it's a matter of time before we start losing more teams.
Yeah, Fairy Tale 4 kills for them, but Ascend have been the team on the move so far in game number 1 here on Miramar. Conf though will wrap around the side. You can see the Vorpal Swords as Crossburkle had a beautiful headshot onto Breezy as he made his way in, and now for Vorpal Swords, I think they are stuck in a really bad spot as things stand. Krem inside a shack, inside the blue, and the vehicle is not really usable whatsoever. As the second you step out from that shack, you're going to come under extremely heavy fire from the Bushido guys, who are now playing relatively close to the center of the circle. But I think it's worth noting for everybody at home, this is the only circles Nitro's like, yes, this is the only one of the few circles where you do not want to be anywhere near the center at this point.
No, I think that's why we're seeing Bushido just sort of hold out. I really like where VP's playing. They've kept cool, calm, and collective. They're going to be the final team now on that east side. Football Sword will take 6th place. 5 teams remain. 1 more before we hit that top 4. The important drive to 1st place and get in that first chicken dinner under the belt. 8 kills I mentioned though for Team Ascend. It has been an impressive start. They are down to a duo. As an element that actually maybe down some numbers, they might be able to sneak their way using the sand dunes to their advantage.
Yeah, well, they've got 8 kills. They're inside the top 8, so they've got 3 points minimum from placement. So they're on 11 points as things stand. So this is a really good way to kick off your day. You know, you're not going to average anywhere near this over the course of 18 maps, but you got to make hay while the sun shines. Fairy Tale, they've got to force their way into the circle. They're probably going to be funneled towards Ascend now. The utility for them looking rather good. A couple of nades, mollies. They've got some smokes. If they get an opening knock onto the 2 members of Ascend, it should be curtains for Ascend as they will begin to flood their way. And look, April, he'll cover the peak while the rest of Fairy Tale close the gap.
They have to push this way now. He's going to hold April, having that anchor position. Brex on to play peekaboo over the top. Conf with the Nado coming in. Not quite get the connection, but does do some huge damage. And look at this. VP understanding they can move a little bit. They're looking over. And here comes the Fairy Tale push. Brex does get the med back on as he will cook a nade just to try and stop the push on the adjacent side. But it's going to come in time. And Brightside first over the top and eager to claim another 2 points.
Yes, you thought that was what was going to happen. And now Fairy Tale picking up a ton of points for themselves as well. Hype Beasts, they are down 1. They're trying to attempt to get that res, but things are looking pretty tough for them as Bushido will create a fortress inside the open, but Conf shows that you need to be in that fortress to be safe. He'll get that knock onto Nailcop, and maybe they might be able to close the gap. And I suppose massive congratulations as well. Nailcop announced onto Team Turkey as well today, so plenty of PNC players taking part this weekend.
Loads. Top of the EMEA, you said it's the best region, I heard. I have clipped that for later because I'll be taking that with me to my grave. But VP, they've been disciplined. They've held for a number of zones now. Now they are starting to flex as Hype Beasts start to lose that petrol garage. Bushido have moved into that center Zoka, and you said very clearly sometimes you don't want to push the center early, and this is why they get annihilated by Fairy Tail, and Corexi picks one up for the team as well.
Yeah, 2 kills on the board for VP, but they're inside the top 3. There's plenty more points to get, and they have got Hype Beasts in their sights. Corexi, Noak's going to peek around the side, and oh my god, a one tap from Corexi will add a third eye under the head of Noak for Hype Beasts. It's going to go from bad to worse. The blue zone will secure that kill for VP. You're throwing out a smoke, but at this point, it's not really going to do any real benefit unless you're going to go for that res and deny, which might just be the case. Are they going to deny these points in the early stages? I'm not going to lie, Mark, for Hype Beasts, this looks like a lose-lose situation right up against the blue, and here come VP.
They tried to deny, but not the case. Nitro, though, he hits the button, accelerates forward. Nixie pressing the point, but doesn't quite get the connection as he will now fall. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2, and where VP held so strong, Hype Beast refused to say no. They're not giving an inch, they're not giving a mile. They are going out swinging here in the final circles.
Yeah, Hype Beast, 5 kills for them. Still not done and dusted. 2 players up for VP, but as you can see, how do you close this gap? 743 damage for Nitro. Big yip to that, like he was giving our observers a little while ago when he was about to leave the bathroom. But Fairy Tail, all by themselves on the other side of the road, complete control of this circle as things stand. So for Hype Beasts, maybe these 2 points onto VP are the only extra they'll be able to find, and I suppose the opposite is also true.
It is. I guess a deployable shield. So 5 kills. Hasn't got a helmet though. Needs to figure out how they go. Fairy Tail on the other side of things, where VP thought they could claim the East. Fairy Tail swiped through, and they've taken the Fairy Tail ending. Let's see if they can close out. At the moment, 4 players doesn't mean much when it comes down to all these teams having the cross. Does VP, does Hype Beast kind of ensure they fight each other, or do they team up and make the pressure applied onto the other side of the road? That's Fairy Tail. Looks like Hype Beast already know they want to try and get across this road early.
Yeah, VP, as we said, 2 kills, guaranteed at least 5 placement points as well. So 7 is the magic number, but Brightside will get you from the other side of the road. Knock on to Corexi. Fairy Tail have been saving this utility for a while. Now there's blue zone days. You'll see Nitro will confirm out the kill. April will get another one. VP are eliminated as Fairy Tail hit a 10 bomb here on the map, and Conf will start tossing those nades over, Mark. It looks like it is all Fairy Tail's game. More damage being dealt over to Vaza as Noak goes down to 3 HP, and April will get the knock, and it's over. Chicken dinner. Fairy Tail open things off with 22 points.
Oh my god, what a Fairy Tail start for this team. I said they could do well when it comes down to Miramar. This was their map, and they had to fight for every grain that was in front of them. Every team stood in their way. They didn't get a free shift. They pushed, and they pushed their way to a win at the end.
You could say with Brightside on the team, they were coming out of their cage and they were doing just fine in game number 1, Mark.
Insane. Like, again, Conf doing well. Brightside, again, that double back against Ascend. I do want to give big kudos, though, to Team Ascend, because, yes, they didn't quite get the win. Yes, they lost some bodies on the way, but I like this Ascend. Their aggressive stance. And I don't want to take anything away from some of the other teams like VP and actually Hype Beast. VP, great control on that East. Hype Beast, arguably also holding that garage out for quite some time. But when it came down to the end, Fairy Tail conquered the West, and it was the Fairy Tail end that they wanted.
Yeah, good start to Miramar for them, and 22 points. Like, let's not undersell that. 22 points in a lobby like this for a team like Fairy Tail is massive. It's going to give them so much confidence going into this game. Yes, the decision making was on point, like the macro play, every decision they made was bang on to get that victory. But the thing that I challenge them to do now is, when you have a bad game, still try to eke out 4 or 5 points. That's the recipe. If they play like that and they can make sure that their bad games, they're still picking up a couple of points, who's to say this team isn't capable of qualifying for EWC finals?
Well, we spoke heavily about the actual named houses, but sometimes the unnamed people come through. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be another Miramar, not an Erangel, and we'll see you guys in a few. Well, what a game, number one. Never going to disappoint, no Gibson, actually, when we've got teams as strong as this, because it is the strongest region, as you said earlier. But actually, I want to talk about a couple of teams. And actually, let's highlight Team Ascend first. Why? Because they kicked off on water treatment, no Gibson. But somehow, some way, they found themselves on the other side of the map, taking on every team they could on the path.
Yeah, I love the way that they made that rotate from the east side to the west, because when you think about it, what they did was enable an opportunity for themselves to go ahead and take the, I suppose, the safer side of the circle, right? Because when you look at the way the flight path was, they realized that on the east, it was going to be so busy. So they wrapped all the way around, played it in from the west, got a ton of kills. And the big thing that means is it usually means that if you're in a gunfight, Mark, you're with one team at a time. You're not getting third-partied and fourth-partied, and it allows you to have more tunnel vision in these fights.
But even take a little bit of a step back, and we talk about tunnel vision, because teams sometimes do go into that tunnel vision, it goes against them, right? But actually, for me, like if you look at Ascend, especially on that north side, in that transition from east to west, we saw them spread out. Kilikai further back, he taking some initial shots. It's Chris on the high ground. It was like a continuing firing range, though, from Team Ascend, and they were just applying pressure. And I say before, if this team can start aggressive, start early, they might be in a topic of conversation. I'm just keen if they can keep that momentum up over the 3 days. Because if they default back to kind of, yes, we like to rotate, and their rotation was the smart rotation, but if they go back to a passive rotation, we might not see them in a talking topic, but especially with 8 kills plus.
Yeah, that 8 kills in game number 1 is something you got to be proud of, right? Because this is a team who, they came second in 2 PECs, almost back to back. They came second internationally. And I think if we're both being honest and the viewers being honest, the performance fell off a cliff, right? They took a tumble. They lost all of their, cohesion. Then they made a roster swap. But I always look at this team and go, they have it in them. This is a team that can compete and get to international events. So for them, if you don't win the map, but you're still getting 11 plus points, you're in a really good spot. So can they continue to build on that is what I really want to see from them. But they weren't the only team that are worth talking about. Some teams are worth talking about for the other reasons. Like, you look at the likes of FaZe, they went out relatively early. We bigged up Geek. It wasn't the strongest game for them as well. Like,
Kingston.
This lobby is great from top to bottom.
Yeah. And look, every placement point, every kill is going to matter. And we are obviously 6 games a day of the 3 days, right? So there's variation where these teams have an opportunity to maybe drop 1 game. But what you can't allow to happen is to drop 2, drop 3. If you allow some of these teams to kind of extend the gap. And we have seen some big swing backs. Remember Geeker though last time, coming from the bottom of the table all the way through. So there is an argument to say there could be an explosive day, but surely that's once in a million compared to the opportunity where actually, if you can have a good amount of placement points and a good amount of kills on average and keep that average high, you should be in the topic of conversation. Yeah, and as we look towards the next Miramar, it's the final Miramar of the night. It's relatively early on in the day too, and let's be real, some of these players, they get better as the night goes on. It doesn't matter what the maps are, it takes them a little bit to warm up into the game. There would have been scrims yesterday and the day before, and they would have been trying to work out how this lobby is going to play out. But at the end of the day, scrims can only tell you so much, right? Because some teams are not going to play the exact same way in scrims as they're going to in the event. So I feel like day 1's the feeling day where they kind of get a vibe. How's this lobby going to play out? Are teams rotating the way we expect them to? Day 2 is then the day that I like to call moving day. That's where those teams will make big moves up and down the leaderboard. And then as we get to Sunday, that's the day where those teams at the top will separate themselves, and we'll find out, is it a 3, 4, 5 horse race going into those final few maps on Sunday? Such an NA caster you are. What?
Welcome
to EMEA, mate.
What did I do?
Not going to be the case.
What did I do?
Sunday is going to be aggressive. Every game, every time we get closer to the end point, everyone's going to cheat a point. But you are right. And let's talk about some of that momentum, because I want to talk about Hypebeast, because they're a team which sometimes might not get that kind of moving day opportunities, and they sometimes struggle to kind of get their momentum going. But you got to look at that hold there from game number one. They positioned themselves quite nicely into petrol garage. They defended off teams trying to crash in. We saw like the likes of Win or Die, who are normally always up there anyway, and they've been a topic of conversation, especially last year, right? And they've been looking good, strong this year. But they're able to defend, and there's something magical about this team. And I feel like with that first game, they might be looking to try and get that move-in day on a little bit sooner than others.
I'll never forget this time last year, whenever they won Protality, I think it was a little bit earlier than this, they were essentially doing 24-hour days. For a week straight, they were playing a tournament in EMEA, and they were playing scrims in North America, and they were playing scrims inside of Asia. Like, I think it was 2 events in Europe, right? They were playing a CIS event, they were playing EMEA, and they were playing North America. That is a hell of a lot of work to be putting in. They got the rewards for it in the short term, but I need to see more. Like, these are 4 incredibly gifted young players, but at the end of the day, it takes more than gift. You got to have a little bit of craft, right? And this is where I think some of the teams like FaZe will be okay, because they've seen everything, they've done everything. They know that if it's a bad start, you put it behind you and you move on. And I think that can be difficult for some players to do sometimes. A bad start, it can live in their heads for a little while.
And you got to talk about burnout as well when you're playing that many games every day, every night. And obviously, if you are in the CIS region, you're playing it quite late into the night. You've got to worry about burnout. There's about the self-development, self-balance as well. But I'd argue to say they're on a journey. Obviously, it's map at number 1. There's nothing to be too shouted about. There is going to be lots of movers and shakers when it comes down to the leaderboard. But we do have to kick things off with map number 2. Here's another Miramar as Gibson as Zed. Early predictions, though, I like what I see, because I'm going to answer before. I like what I see from FaZe and Geeky. I'd like to see them do a little bit stronger this round here. So I'm going to kind of roll the dice again with the bets we had from game number 1.
You're going to run it back. You're going to double or nothing, double or quits. So what you're saying is, if you don't get it right this time, you are giving me all the money you're earning this weekend, and I get to keep it all. Okay, that's fair.
Try again. Yeah.
I'm looking at this flight path from the south to the north, a little bit skewed towards the east, but much better for drop spots than what we saw on the first map of the day. A lot of these teams will be able to go to their default drops, which, let's be real, that flight path in game number 1 did impact how that game played out as well.
Yeah, obviously a very different flight path. This time we've got south towards a north to northeast. It does go through the heart, give or take, and the soul, but it does favour a little bit more of this east side of the map. So do we get the Los Leones? Do we see it come down, even down towards kind of that southeast position? Or do we go high towards that kind of cruise and look to try and pick up? Well, an early knock here would not be the case. But there's a lot of variations. And then that being said, all aside there, Gibson, we might even see the zone touch the flight path and go for a full send to the west.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it does that, but we've another 10 seconds to wait and see how things kick out. Looking at the map that we have on our side screen, no real hot drops. You know, a little bit north of Cantera. I think Boostic and Shilla were trying to contest for the same vehicle, but spotted one each, so they've gone ahead and split. So they should be okay. But this is Bushido. I said in the last map that moving to the center of that circle too early could be a problem. And I think Bushido were the team that didn't really benefit from that, right? They tried to do it, but exactly what I expected to happen happened.
Yeah, you're right. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this one. The zone does go early on the flight path, so we are in that south, but Los Leones seems to be the filling of the donuts, right in the heart of the soul here of map number 1. Now we know Los can house more than one team if wanted, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see some early claims for the high ground towards the east. Obviously with the knowledge gains from the amazing Koa recently, now the hard shift is slightly different when it comes down to that as well. So these teams will be adapting to how the terrain is working, especially in the later circles. So again, I'd expect some teams maybe to move in, especially towards Lost, and maybe keep their head down, but I would be too surprised for more teams to maybe push towards the east side.
Yeah, and I think for any viewers at home who are wondering what the lay of the land is after that first game, Fairy Tail, of course, are in first spot with 22 points. Hype Beasts are in second with 12. Ascender in third with 11. And every single other team picked up a point apart from Redline, who were the only donut inside the lobby.
It's going to be the case. They're moving their way in. Obviously, VP, this is a normal drop zone, right, Gibson? So they know. They wouldn't be too surprised for them to maybe move on to sort of the west side, maybe take that 5 stack, able to look over towards any teams that are kind of incoming, especially on that rotation path. I do worry for some of these teams that might try to rotate in a little bit late here. They're going to hopefully have a sort of a knee pickup, an opportunity to kind of take to the skies as they move in. But that then comes down to timing. And very much like this, if you get the timing wrong, it can punish early. And what you don't want to be doing is getting punished early and sitting out for a number of times. Zico takes a couple of shots. I think they're more warning shots. He could have set a very strong tap for Bushido moving their way in.
Yeah, you try to get the knock, but at the same time, you're forcing Bushido off into the distance. Red line, bottom of the leaderboard. It's only one game. You know, at this point, every single game has huge differences on it, but they'll want to do a little bit better. Now, the circle, as you can see, has centered up on Los Leones at this point. I think it's really important for the viewers at home, kind of like we spoke about in the last map, to understand that just because Los Leones is the center of the circle, these teams don't want to go there. You don't want to push in, because if you go into Los Leones early and then the circle eventually kicks away from there, it is really difficult to get out of Los Leones without taking any casualties whatsoever. So look for a lot of teams to play around Los Leones, but not necessarily in it. And then if we get to phase 6, phase 7, and it's still there, that's when they'll make the send inside.
Yeah, 100% right. Navi, we see a lot recently. A lot of these teams will send one player ahead, try and find themselves a fixed location, opportunity to kind of scout, and then the remaining 3 will catch up. Correcting. Seeing that rotation working their way in. Again, information gained now from VP. As you can see them, they have spread across this sort of west side of Los. So they have a lot of information. No worry though, because if we do see that kind of we have to send into Los, will a team like VP be ready to try and hold out?
Yeah, I'm looking at Corexi, right? K9 on his shoulder. This is camper stack is what a lot of people call this compound, but I know that everybody has one for itself, because basically you can camp up here and get phenomenal views over anybody pushing in from that western side of Los Leones. DK, they've got a little bit of a split going on. Early stages, it's what you'd expect to see, but look at this Voptrox from Germany getting a lot of pressure onto EF nice and early, and Eternal Fire with just the Mad and Quepa left alive, but there's Neeks getting that kill confirmed. This is huge from Voptrox in the early stages.
German confidence is breathing across the lobby at the moment. Eternal Fire still making a push forward. Vox, though, is just going to be above the nose of the Mad as he reposition. Can hear the footsteps now as he cooks for the nade, but he's taking a bit of third-party action, so he needs to be very careful. And talk about third-party actions coming in from the other side. Boostic, well, he's going to put Neeks down.
Yeah, you can see that Boostic as well, Slam G. They think that they can get something onto this gunfight as Boostic looks off from a distance. The Mad will get a knock onto Bjorn though, so Eternal Fire are not done just yet. See, the smoke's been thrown. The Mad's going to push to get the flush, but Boostic caught him out, and that is that third party ringing in true for the side. One player left standing for Eternal Fire. That's Quepa, and you can see Voptrox, 3 players alive. Boostic confirming and stealing that kill away from EF. And I think that if I'm Voptrox, I'm getting out of dodge. With Slam G being there, you want to get away from there, maybe catch out the res on the way past, but living is more important than getting a point or 2 at this stage of the game.
It's about living. Early on, a lot of teams obviously on that rotation in. More teams obviously stacking for that west side. Expectations are because of that water, we're going to see that shift further afield. Few are living quite nice and dandy next to each other. As the fight, though, will still continue. And unfortunately, it's Voptrox which go down. Early aggression to start. Slam G came in and Eternal Fire got away. Well, for now, they've only got 1 player left, and that's the Mad.
And you know what? They were thinking so many good things and positive things about this game when they got those 2 knocks onto EF, and it just got turned on its head. Now Lurex is in a very bad spot as Beamy from afar is able to do a ton of damage to Lurex, and I think with the amount of time that it takes to bleed out, they should get the res. Oh, the Mad, come on, Beamy. There you go. So said Navi get that kill. So wow. Eternal Fire will follow them right out the door.
They're going to follow him right out the door at the moment. You mean, he has the elevation. He's taking the opportunity to stabilize the mini. I'm waiting for more people to push over the top. But not the case at the moment, but looking to try and gather as much intel as they can as we go back to the chaos that was on the north side of Los. And the high ground, as I said, they look to try and take it, has been cleared, but it was cleared by the third party. So good move here from Slam G.
Contesters will lose 1 as well. That happened, I think, a little bit further away from this gunfight that you're seeing at this moment in time. They're trying to rotate through GK, just south of Chumasera. So that's an update as to where that kill happened. But I think, you know, we can see in the map, but the viewers can't see at home. But GK have essentially set up a roadblock on that southern road out of Los Leones that leads all the way to Valle del Mar.
It's not a bad move. It's not a bad roadblock, to be fair, either. Contestants losing one early, down to a 3 now, looking to ensure they can keep bodies up because they're sort of taking their time. And that rotation in. They'll be cautious. There's that trap waiting just ahead of them. Melbourne, last one coming in. There's no need for them to overextend at the moment. We've got a minute left before we start to see phase number 2. That's going to give us an indication slightly to where the zone might end up. These teams look to try and conquer as much of the train as they can.
And I'm looking as we go picture in picture, Contesters and Navi. Here you've got Navi, of course, playing just on the north side of Los Leones. And then the rotate from Contesters is going further south. So the roadblock from GK has forced them to go even further south, where they might just run into Ascend on the way in through the circle, who are also moving past Valle del Mar as things stand. But Navi, 2-2 split. They're holding 2 very powerful positions on the north side of Los Leones. I'm a fan, right? Because at this stage of the game, you're not going to get crashed, or at least the likelihood of a crash is significantly lower. And you're also securing a spot, so if the zone goes a little more west, you can move back towards Hakatori. If it goes east, you go back towards Sosed.
Yes, give some options. That's the big thing. That's the big thing. But you got to just hold on to it at the moment. That's the key. Teams obviously all looking to move their way in. Zone shift, and it looks like a heavy shift across towards that east. It means contestants are very far out of zone. They've got to rotate. They opt to go back, might be down towards the road, as they can take the faster rotation back in. But for now, got a long path back home, so it goes back towards the northwest. So still a long distance for them, but hold on to huge amounts of loss.
Yeah, Snap rotating, you know. We've seen a couple of big moments from Snap over the course of the last few days. The weekend, he had a pretty good individual performance. They had a great team performance over Tuesday and Wednesday. Dante, thankfully surviving much longer in game number 2 than he did in game 1. He'll be feeding information to his team as Fairy Tail make their way up onto those god compounds just on the western side of Los Leones, and Mark, that shift keeps all of Los Leones still encumbered inside of it. And at this point, you might see a team or 2 gambling on the inside of the city, but like you see with Ascend, Contesters, GK, they all want to go north.
They are praying for the city to be shifted out of the next zone. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, slightly random, but obviously the further on from that, we will see the algorithm kicking in and we get a good understanding. And these are the pros of the pros, the best of the best. So they will have ideas of where this zone is going to go. Hence why we see teams like Navi on that 2-2 split. VP obviously now positioned towards that north side. And we are seeing these teams in the south having to kind of fill in towards Los Leones because they need a path in through. They know it's going to be late here, Gibson. If they want to go around to the east, if they want to go around to the west, they've got to be cautious and take building at a time.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, urban warfare is rough. So is getting shot by Boostic from afar, because Vex will stay in those rounds of the 5.56. That'll knock him down. But these are not going to be flushed. These are just knocks. What you're doing is destroying helmets, vests. I like to call it the tertiary utility. So obviously you've got your gun and you've got your nades, and then you got your tertiary utility, which is your helmet and vest. Destroying helmets, destroying vests, getting knocks are all investment into the late game, because obviously first knock is a 2-minute bleed out, second knock it reduces, third knock it reduces even more again. So even if you're not getting the flushes right now, you're potentially making it a lot easier for yourself later on in the game.
It is. Of course, the damage, looking for that magic clippable moment. As Leosto clicks empty, but the glider will continue to move on. Red Line, though, moving just on the outside of Los Leones. They now find themselves in a position of Fairy Tail move out. A very difficult bowl to play here, but could be hit or miss, arguably. If the zone shifts again towards that north, if Red Line go full send, they might step on, as I say, a bit of a landmine, which is going to be in the likes of game number 1 winners, and they will be happy to claim those points.
Yeah, win or die, no points on the board for them, but of course an incredibly talented roster. I was always really disappointed that the move to GG didn't work out for Levante, because when they, you know, the GG picked up the old PGC winning Navi roster, I was like, you know, this is huge. And adding Levante, I thought this kid will elevate that team to the next level. But it didn't quite work out for him. But I think back in this team, he can be more, even though he's still a very young player, he can be like the experienced head in this team. I really hope that Levante can make this work. And, you know, correct me wrong, but it definitely was Levante that went to GG. I'm not going crazy because sometimes I do go a little crazy. Oh my.
Oh my, talk about the landmine going back the other way. They look catching though. The bright side. The destroyer of game number 1 gets caught as he rotates his way back. Obviously, Fairy Tail going to have to rotate their way out of here. And with the zone shift now moving its way back towards that northeast, we can see that Redline is just on the outside edge and the mass migration starts. And here come the bullets raining.
Yeah, that's almost an opportunity for Zubila to pick up another point, but as you can see, this is a tough rotate through. One member of Bushido has fallen. The rest sending it in towards VP as a big fight's about to kick off. Neil Kopp will get the opening knock, an instant flush on the Nixie on the north side of Los Leones. That'll buy them just a little bit of space, a little bit of time, a little opportunity to put some damage and maybe secure a spot inside the circle for them. But if I'm VP, I'm fuming. You have to get Nixie back to the team or win that opening knock. But Bushido, they ain't complaining. But they do have a neighbor. And whether they know Defex is there is another story.
Yeah, about to say, that could be a story. It doesn't go their way. No, don't. Puts down Schengen. Flash will go over the top. String will go round, but does get the connection. But the flash actually causing the damage to both Ivis and Presenti. Gets the opportunity to kind of reset as both of them down to 1 HP.
Yeah, Schengen down. The res should come off. Defex, yeah, they know. They know that Defex is here. There's the stun grenade. There's the peak. Defex gets one, but he doesn't get them all. That'll be a knock, but he will fall in return. That's another member of GK down. And we'll jump back to this battle between Redline and Hive. Evas is still up, as is Nail up, but Dante will confirm out Nod. And you can see Evas has made a little car fort for himself inside the God compound. But for Hive, with the numerical advantage, with the numbers at hand, can they secure another couple of points for themselves after a, you know, by their performance, subpar game number 1?
It's a bit of a car park. I don't know if it's a fortification, but it is going to stop the ease of them moving. There's lots of cubby holes now for Schengen. He's going to have to seat swap, go through to the other side. It's going to be down towards time in Redline, praying, hoping they're going to come knocking on the front door. Schengen looking to try and get the move. Unfortunately, though, he is going to game and Iris will fall. Redline taking 14th place.
Yeah, now Dante, you can see that Hive with 4 kills on the board at this time are feeling pretty good for themselves, but here come GK. They know that the fight had just occurred and now they see the opportunity to do a little bit of a third-party action potentially as PWD will start sneaking and creeping this way. PWD, another fantastic player though, like another player with such a high ceiling.
Yeah, they just obviously they need a good game, right? And I feel like, as I said before, this team could perform. They've cleared the outside edge. They just don't have to cool, calm, and collective. Geekgate sneaking their way in. PWD, we know he knows every pix when it comes down to this map. He has it secure, locked in his brain. So she's obviously coming back down. So we are again ever seeing this kind of loss ending starting to unfold. It is on the north side, so it won't be as urban dense, but it will allow some of these individual players that might be lost bodies early options and availability to try and hide this one out.
13 teams left alive, 45 players up at this moment in time, and really we've seen a little bit of action in the early game, and it's just been a constant flow of singular team fights all the way through the rest of the game. Los Leones still in position, but as of right now, Mark, you're
High Beast. Going to move their way in. Vorpal Sword. Obviously on the hold. They've been here for quite some time. So I'll give him for a second as he just comes back. And I think it's more of the chaos that is unfolding. That is going to be Los Leones. He might have just checked out for just 2 seconds. Bushido the picture in picture. They're on the other side of this one. Obviously, with these teams looking to try and work their way in. As I said before, it is looking like that kind of lost Leon ending. But she's obviously holding up. The other side here, VP, though, in a position where actually their centre, yes, they did lose Nixie. But as a 3, they are holding quite a bit of terrain. But a lot of the action is going to come now from the outside edge. The team's got to push in. And we look like a team ascend. They've not got any kills on the board. But at what point here do we go, hey, do you know what? How do we sort of work our way in towards Lost Leones? I feel like Fairy Tale Gibson's positioned themselves in a really good spot, and again expecting that kind of default ending in that northwest corner.
Yeah, I think that's just such a good spot to be in right now. Ascend are sneaking up as well from that northeastern side. Win or die, a little bit of a split here. 2 players pretty close to Navi, 2 players right on the border of the circle, and that, I think that'll work for them. The real question is, or the thing that I like about it is they can move to those 2 silos that you can just see on the mini map below. It gives them a position to get up to that keeps them relatively safe from where SlamG are playing at this point in time. I like it. I'm not usually a fan of late game 2-2 splits, but I do like the win or die one right now.
Yeah, and again, they need to sort of juke something out. PWD waiting, there goes the first car. Dante's not seen him, send him on his way. You might actually catch a few shots though from the contestants. VP on the other hand, as I said, they've got a massive amount of terrain. They have lost Nixie and they all hold their own fortification themselves. There goes that zone shift towards that north. We see it does hold on to some of that high ground elevation. This is where Ascend might make or break this game. They might find the initial kills, they might find the initial knock, or they might be punished by a lot of the teams. If they get a bit of a break, they're focused to the high ground. Yeah,
PWD still scouting out Hive. Might be able to catch out Schengen, the last player to leave the position. You can see gunshots being fired towards the rest of the team as they make their way in. But Schengen could be like a lamb to the slaughter. Navi still in this position. Like, again, Navi can only really be pushed by from one side of this hill without getting a really good opportunity to fire back first. So they're happy. They're having a great time as PWD did find Dante. It wasn't Schengen like I expected, but a point is a point. And with 21 all minutes almost up, there's still 13 teams alive. This has been a really slow burner as far as losing teams, not necessarily losing players.
The party in Los Leones. That's what's going to happen here, Gibson. This is why we got the bodies up. Levante will pick its Chris. So again, unfortunately, the high ground now doesn't come towards the advantage when teams get freedom and there's not a much applied pressure in Los Leones. Unfortunately for them, they might start falling left. They try and go for a full send, but when you look at the map, there's lots of teams that are already fortified and positioned up in front of them. They need something special from this game here, but they do have options. A wrap towards the north. You might expose that 2-2 split though with win or die. That will give them opportunities to maybe move in or reset when it comes down to late game.
As things stand now as well, you've got VP in a very good position, still center of the circle by those warehouses, but a lot of the traffic inside of Los Leones are going to go their way. Now you look at like GK, Bushido and Hype, they might look to play all those containers that you see just to the side as well, but we'll have to wait and see what happens from there.
Nice shots though from his Chris, not capitalizing up on it. Now they're taking shots from the other side as FaZe work their way, and Gustav does get Killer Kai. So again, it's a bit of a round robin as FaZe take on Ascend taking on Win or Die. We're kind of working in an anti-clockwise position here. It's not going to be as much social space for them to try and take hold of. So wait for the zone now to shift. But the big topic, as Gibbs has already said, 13 teams, 44 bodies left alive. And actually, it's going to be down to actually late game antics. VP, Gibson, they've moved into one position now.
Yeah, I'm looking at VP, right? They've all collapsed into the one spot. It's the right thing to do for them as things stand, but we're looking at contesters as well, right? They're on the edge of the circle. They are now in a war to work their way through the circle. PWD will sit inside the blue. If the opportunity to get a knock and instant flush appears, he will take it, but his pathing into the circle looks really difficult at this point in time. The question is, where do you go from here? Barizi, he's looking up towards contesters up on the high ground, but again, these are all important shots, right? You need to find a knock here just to give yourself an opportunity to move into the next phase.
Yeah, it's about the knock. It's about the opportunity that you get the knock, you can make the push. At least it sort of gives you an opening. Melman looking for the smokes, now spotting across the other side of the town. That's going to be Na'Vi, but they've also got to move as well. We do see Hive underneath, and obviously our Fairy Tale have moved into the open top buildings. Na'Vi moves their way by. Presenti gets one, but it looks like more damaging actually for the side of Na'Vi as the contestants walking. They can only overwatch at the moment, but Win or Die will stop them pushing over.
Yeah, Win or Die coming under fire from Melman, but he can't quite get the damage that he needs to, as Hive will fall in 13th. The numbers now will start to fall drastically. We're down to 11 teams in the blink of an eye. VP make their crosses. Levante looks to hold out contesters. Now they are outside the circle, and their problem is, where do you go from here? You can wrap around to Ascend, but they're going to have themselves very busy with FaZe Clan not too far away. Slam G up on top of the ridgeline. If they start fighting with Ascend, expect FaZe to push up and third party this battle. Here comes Win or Die as well. It is all starting to kick off up on the mountain range north of Los Leones, and I always like to say this, I don't know if I want to be the team that's up here early, because everybody's funneling your way and it's just going to be fight after fight after fight.
Yeah, third party action coming in. Win or Die claiming a lot as they collapse their 2-2 split though. Slam G still hold the high ground. Contestants obviously making the push forward in GK with PWD in the bottom left of your screen, but he's sneaking on in and he's just behind the contestants here. It's going to be dangerous for him. A right time, a good well-placed nade that might take apart this team. Who'd have taken ease into this late game.
Yeah, now the warehouses are all being filled, jumping back up onto the ridgeline. Slam G getting pushed now by FaZe Clan as Art will hit 93 damage back in return. Nades being thrown, but Slam G just about keeping everybody still on their feet. But FaZe Clan know how big of a fight this is. And remember, Ascend are still here. Win or Die have sent it in just below as well. They're playing the edge of that ridgeline. But Vard affects Gustav and James. Remember, a poor game number 1 for them. Let's see if they can get something going game 2. But it's GK from all the way back that's putting pressure on. Spyro gets the knock. And now Vard with a nade in his hands. Got to be careful.
It's all fair party action at the moment. Even PWD on the other side of the zone activated but got stolen away from Vorpal's swords. GK able to look up towards the higher side, but they can't get the connections. FaZe looking to continue that push. VP still holding their position as Vorpal sort of moved their way in, and Na'Vi got off the high ground they had, but now they have to sit and wait as it's Chris claiming the high ground. He goes up to the top. Vex getting a flush on the other side, and Ascend's gonna fall. 10th place for them, and FaZe look like they're eking out the high.
Yeah, PWD might be about to fall as well, as you see him running in the distance, going under a lot of fire. But if I was Slam G, I'd focus now on getting these reses off. Boostic, go res Magor. Art can cover. Art, you should be the player that, well, now that Boostic has got them first aid off, now you can go for that res. But this is mayhem up on the northern side of the circle. VP in the middle. They can see Vorpal's swords, and oh, there's the angle. Come on, Beamy, get your kill, get your point on the board, as now smoke grenades are there, and it's VP, Corexi, that will confirm out that kill. And Na'Vi, look at them, they're under a lot of pressure on the other side of this fight.
Yeah, the Doritos have come out. It's going to give us some cover, but the mollies are going over the top. Arctic, well, has no peekaboo over the top. They have got the rest, so it is technically a 3-on-3 for the higher side, but they've got to clear quite quickly, because again, as I say, teams will be able to clear. Teams will be able to try and hold. Boostix, no helmet. Unfortunately, the high ground only normally provides you one option, and that is up and over the top. Gibson. A Slam G now know they've got to get rid of their neighbours.
Yeah, still 3 players up for Slam G, though. Remember, they lost Lurex a long time ago, so FaZe Clan, as they were making the push on the Slam G, Ascend fought with them. That let Slam G regroup and get all 3 players back on their feet again. And it's just, as we said, the butterfly effect. Every decision matters. Now you can see damage going on to FaZe Clan, but James, having taken some damage, steps right on up and gets the knock on to Magor. Vard gets a brilliant nade on top as the shrapnel takes down Boostic, and it leaves it all down to Art. But FaZe Clan will know there's one player left standing, and that'll be FaZe Clan securing the top of the mountain. It's, as it always is, the story of this hill. The last team to push up it is usually the team that wins.
It's difficult with so much third party action. I can hear the commotion, but they have to sit at the base of the tower. They know FaZe need to come off, so they need to keep an eye that way. But they've also got a lot of danger around them. Beamy's taking some high ground. He's able to see their rotation in. The zone shift slightly away from them. And VP, back-to-back games so far, Gibson, just calling out the zone to perfection. They find themselves in, again, another late game scenario.
FaZe Clan now need to do the most difficult task in the circle. Get down the mountain. If you jump down towards the west, you're going to go into the waiting hours of win or die. If you go down by Jeem's side, you've got Quizzy and Spyro. They'll be able to get the angle on you too. So they are now in a very unenviable position. I look at Vorpal Swords. They still have to push towards VP. Bushido are chilling, right? Their center of the circle, or as close as you can get. They have all the containers for cover. I think Bushido are in a really good position to take advantage of the circle. They've just got to be very careful with which fights they want to take and which third parties they want to go on.
Wait, FaZe Clan, it's dangerous. It's unfortunate when the rest of the lobby realise they've got a bit of space. They need to fight each other. They can all focus on who is going to pick up 3 kills. But James has other ideas. He gets Quizzy down. That's going to force Spyro to get out of his cover, try and get their res back in. But a potential opening, but then completely closed down. Bushido get the knock and get the kill. FaZe, fortunately, might be tapping this one out.
Yeah, what you really need at this point is for somebody to be a hero. Vard or Fex, one of you just stay up on the rock and put suppressing fire down and let your teammate get in the circle. Now out in the open is Spyro. Fex hits the shot and he'll get the kill. Top 4, 8 kills for FaZe Clan as they're guaranteed a minimum of 12. Maybe more now as Bushido go from container to container. Win or die still with 3 up. VP the same. It's still so hard to call who's going to win this, but for FaZe to come down the mountain, it is a tough task to ask.
It's a tough task, but when you've got Vard and Fex in your team, there might be an opportunity. And we go to the top. We've just now gone to a top 4. Everyone has suffered a loss to a degree. Beamy got the blue zone nade, sees one, looking to try and cook. You've got to stack that util. The Crux though causing the damage. There goes the blue zone as it will start applying pressure to the guys. They're able to med through one, but if a barrage of util keeps dumping on top, Leosh won't be able to survive this one out.
Now the blue zone jammer pack coming in clutch for Leosh there as it gives him a little bit more time. Looking for some meds and he picks up 7 off his fallen comrade, but the blue is a painful beast indeed. FaZe Clan fall. It's a 3 versus 2 because Leosh did go down to the blue, and from this point on it is anybody's game. Virtus Pro, 3 people up, trying to lock out Bushido here. A wall of smoke grenades. It is turning into a foggy situation as the fog of war descends, and Mark, there is a panzer in the hands of Lucarux.
When you've got a fog of war and then you've got Lucarux, I'm not taking this to a shotgun war. I'm bringing myself a Panzer to the end game. Crossberg, well, he knows if he can get a little bit of elevation, he might be able to see over the top of the smokes. He now does pick up. Beamy will go down, but great shots back from Beamy as well.
Yeah, this is now level sides. 2 players apiece. 7 kills for Bushido as well, as they have been really good in game number 2. Nailcop steps out from the side as the Turk will take down Lucarux, and it's all down to Corexy. The Panzer couldn't do what it needed to do. Corexy back into a corner, trying to reposition, creates a 1 versus 1, but doesn't get the knock on the Nailcop. The cover is there on the other side. Bushido take the win. 20 points for them, and that was much better played in the final few phases by them.
Yeah, well played for both those teams, actually holding out that zone at the very, very end. They called it early. Bushido dropping into that position. They took Nixie in from there. They could kind of roll in. VP, though, Gibson, find themselves in a top 4 scenario, back-to-back games. That level of consistency is what we expect, but they're delivering it to perfection.
Yeah, consistency. Get inside the top 4s, get some kill points on top of it, and things will never look too bad. Bushido had a great game as well, picking up a ton of kills off the back of that one. FaZe Clan bounced back after what was maybe a disappointing game number 1 for them as well. So, as we said, maybe sometimes it's just a case of warming into the night. But I'll also say once more, that flight path and teams being able to play the game they normally do definitely help these teams as well.
Well, that's the sandy dunes in Miramar done. As we'll go moving into our sort of wild card maps, which can be Tego and Rondo, before we will close this day out, though, on Erangel. So store all to play for these teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And as I said before, it's wild card map time. See you guys in a few.
nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back in, everyone, to the EWC qualifiers for EMEA. This is day number 1 and 2 games are done and dusted. Mark, game number 1 saw a brilliant win from Fairy Tail and then a brilliant bounce back. And honestly, for Bushido and the position they were in, especially after the first map where they had center circle as well, they must have been really happy to get that over the line.
Yeah, I think like for me, Bushido just extended a little bit too early game number 1, right? You spoke about it. If you go to the circle too early, maybe you get exposed, and they did, and Fairy Tail took advantage and then eventually got the win. But then Bushido game number 2 find themselves in a good position, didn't overextend, waited for the zone to come down, and they even denied the opportunity of a Panzer from VP. But again, look, Bushido's in the final circles, VP's in the final circles. We say all the time, consistency is key, and these two names might be rising slightly above the rest.
Yeah, and for those of you at home who want to get access to the leaderboard, it is available on Twire, and I believe it's also available on the PUBG Esports website, but don't quote me on it if I'm wrong. But as it stands, Bushido are top with 28 points, VP are in second with 22, level with Fairy Tail, with the placement points being the differentiator between the two sides. And then I think what's worth pointing out as well is now every single team, Mark, have got points on the board.
Yep, everyone is now off the mark, and now they can focus on the road to EWC. Remember, we are only taking the top 3. They'll be joining Twisted Minds and BB Team, though, as this is the road to Riyadh. Some have already claimed their ticket, and said before, we are only looking for 3 after the 3rd day.
Yeah, and I'm looking now at this flight path, right? So there is always a chance that this could go very north off the scope flight path, but it's the player-favored one, right? Right through the middle of the map, or as close to it as you can get. And it gives everybody the opportunity to use the flight path to get to their desired primary drop spot. Now, it's worth bringing up as well. Just because a team says, you know, for example, on a flight path is, oh, well, we drop an airport. Well, if their alt drop is somewhere like school, and the flight paths like this, they might just go to school because it gets them on the ground quicker and it gives them a better opportunity for rotates instead of, you know, being last off the plane and then usually one of the last teams to get to rotate.
Yeah, it's about the rotation timing. There goes the flight path to zone, though pretty much early again. So we are not taking in the island just yet. We have a little bit of water, which we do have to factor in, especially on that south side. But when you start a zone, though, Gibson, we tend to see it pull back towards that south-southeast. If that's the case, though, wouldn't be too surprised for teams to move to Song Am. It might be a little bit too early, but like we said before, teams will normally send one, maybe two players early to go secure a spot, maybe centre-ish of zone, and then play it out. I think that's just part and parcel of the map.
Yeah, Eternal Fire. So far for them, it's been a little hit and miss. On the leaderboard, they're sitting on 4 points total. 75% of their points, of course, coming from kills. Only one placement point so far tonight, I think. A little unlucky in game number 1 to get wiped out by Ascend in that compound crash. And in game number 2, well, they thought they had Vuptrox waiting. They thought to themselves, yep, we got a couple of knots. We're up on top of the hill. And both of those sides were wiped out by third parties from afar. So for Eternal Fire, it's not panic stations yet, but it'd be nice to have a settler game. 6-7 points plus. Get yourself into the event.
What are you talking about, Gibson? Eternal Fire, leave it to the last couple of games, and somehow, by some way, they seem to secure a way. There's nothing but consistency. Stay one, mate.
It's not top 8, it's top 3. If it was top 8, I'd be like, yeah, of course, but it's top 3. Like, how many times do we watch an event where the top 3 is sorted with like 1 or 2 maps left?
The Dragon always will find a way. They seem to be that one team, no matter what, Gibson. They will be in talking points, though. But for now, you're right. They have a very slow start. It was all about kills. I think they were unlucky. Obviously, Vuptrox, though, had a mess of aggression. But when it came down to the third party, Slam G, who's only in 12th place, with 1 extra point, they were the ones that kind of conquered at the end to a degree. So not a best start here. It's Chris waiting, watching. A fairy tale player still on the loop.
Yeah, and Chris knows. He's got the idea. He hears the vehicle driving off, but the question is, what way does the car go? Like, realistically, Bombolovo is going south. He's going to join the rest of his team. So for Chris, no points to be found. He'll just retreat back, realizing that that compound's been completely looted now as well. But you look at this circle, you look at that shift. I don't think Ascend are that bothered, right? They're a team that like to play around the edge, so they've got no issues whatsoever with being this far away. But Mark, realistically thinking about rotate options, I'd assume they'd have to go south by Ohyang, follow that, I'd like to say coastal road, but that edge, the edge of the maps road, all the way down and work into the quieter section of the circle.
Yeah. It's about wide rotation this run. I do really like that sort of south side of Songam as well. That hill where you can kind of set up a trap where teams trying to rotate by and they try to look at that hill before moving into Songam. Bombolovo, though, despite having its Chris not too far away, finds himself now with a level 3 vest. That will help him move his way through. The see guys got a little bit of rotation down. They got a long wrap on this southeast side. They'll just double check there's no one in front of them.
Yeah, I think for Fairy Tale, not really the game number 2 they would have wanted after the big win and match 1, but April, Bombolovo, Brightside and Conf, they'll be feeling good. 22 points after 2 maps. Anybody is going to be happy with that one. And they've got themselves, I suppose, a nice rotate into the circle. That inverse donut effect is starting to occur where everybody starts moving a little closer to the center, and then it frees up space for those edge teams to work their way in. And as we always talk about it, if you push in from the edge, the circle does have a tendency to go for some crazy shifts every once in a while, and that will mean that those teams that push in late could get a really nice gift if the zone pops their way.
Yeah. FaZe on a 2-2 split. Kike doing the same, not too far. Able to collapse, so they do receive a knock, but as you can see, they are in each other's eyesight. Neighbours of afar. Most of the teams are starting to move their way to the circle, and you're right, Gibson, this is about sometimes maybe trying to find that centralised position, because the next zone, obviously, if it does have a hard shift, we know this map likes to do it sometimes, and it doesn't like to give up the water as quickly as some of the other maps, should we say. If we do see a heavy shift towards the south, I think these teams are banking on that they might have a position already in zone, an opportunity to move down, and Subida takes a couple of shots towards Slam G, and able to get a few connections that will send them away.
Yeah, Zubila, of course. I think for Slam G, it's you're scouting. You're trying to find where's good to play. You're moving in on the south side of the circle. You're not going to crash this compound. Even if you know it's a solo player, you're probably not going to crash it just yet because you've got really good positioning yourself and you want to make sure you don't lose any of those spots. But I'm looking elsewhere, right? Look at the map feed on your circle. Just to the west of that, you've got Bushido and Hypebeast rotating across the exact same road, and Celtic is moving in. So I think we've got a fight kicking off on the west side of the circle.
Yeah, they're running out of position, aren't they? This is the big thing. Gotta be careful. We've dropped Jockstone. They are just obviously tinkering on the edge of phase. They might have just scouted that compound out and see a little bit more. Celtic, though, just trying to get the cover for the tree. Nitro looks for the new vehicle. Celtic lines the shot. Now he sends them out. Goes down to one. One more shot remains. He has to go for the C swap. He's forgotten the handbrake here, and the car's rolling away from it. Celtic goes to that reposition.
Yeah, tires pop. So for Nitro, there's virtually nowhere you can go, but maybe Vaso can put some pressure on as he drives by the position. Is this an Uber or is this a commitment to a gunfight? I think it's the commitment to the gunfight because there is a pony on the other side of the road. And if you can distract them for long enough, maybe Nitro can reverse across the road or drive across and pick up that pony. No, never mind. Let's take the UAZ with a pop tire. And I think
He's going to get hunted.
Yeah. He's
not getting away.
Oh.
He's not getting away. No way, Gibson.
Yeah. Metabay's hunting him down. Don't be surprised to see the knock. Oh, Nitro hops on out. The seat swap was attempted, but Metabay will get that knock. And if he took the pony, he might have gotten away.
Very, very hard. I think he obviously did turn to go help him with that initial knock. It was just a case of, actually, you know what? We've got to turn. You've got to run. But even for the play, even if the car wasn't coming in, they still would have hunted it down. Knowing the tire's gone, knowing he can't escape that quickly, they can provide that level of pressure. Faced on a big 2-2 split here, Eternal Fire doing the same, Navi the same as well, Slam G, and pretty much everyone else in the lobby is holding because they're unsure exactly where this zone might play to. I wouldn't be too surprised. We see a lot of these teams and players getting into the kind of cards ready to make a move as that zone commits.
Yeah, PWD and the rest of GK get ready for their next phase of the game. They're in a 2-2 split, or slightly west of the center of the circle as things stand, but I think for them, they'll be pretty happy. But do you see what I see? There's a E-pickup's been called in by VP. It should arrive at roughly the same time the circle pops. They're making a decision now that if this goes against the grain or this goes in the position that they need to take the E-pickup, they're getting well ahead of the curve with it.
It's going to be good timing because the zone should hit and they will have a very quick decision whether to go or stay.
Have they timed it wrong? Is it?
No, they've got it. They've
Bang
got
on.
it. They should be connected, but now they disconnect. This full disconnect. Hosan should see the circle again. I expect VP maybe to play to the other side of Hosan, maybe move their cars run, or even take the E-pickup and fly over to the other side of Hosan. They will be able to lock it down, but it's going to be a mass migration. We are going to see not the southeast corner. It's going to play back towards the west, and a lot of teams need to get shifting.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map here and I'm thinking, who is the winners of this circle? Well, I'd say Bushido have a really good chance of getting into the late game once more. Like, they've been doing a great job of getting into the top fours. Let's see if they can really have a good go at it in day number one. Eternal Fire, as we said, we're hoping that this could be their game that gets them up and running over the course of tonight. They're not too far away from the center of the circle either, but once again, it's what we speak about. You don't want to commit inside the city because getting out of it can be a problem.
Yeah, you're right. And we see so many times, especially with Tego, is that actually the cities tease us for a long period of time. There's only been a few actually city endings that we've had, and they've been explosive, let's be honest. But you tend to find the teams will try and position. Look where Nixie's going. He's finding himself in that kind of bottom section, the southwest corner of the town, waiting for that zone to shift out, because I feel like if you are there early, like we've seen VP already do for the first two games, they can maybe farm some kills as the teams running through the town. They might be in a few rags.
Yeah, Bushido in that cube compound as well. As you can see, they're not playing as a full four. It's a 2-2 split as things stand, but I don't know. I think that Hive are happy enough. Like, Hive would be the team that would be closest to them that might go for the push. But I feel like playing on the edge of Swamp, they might be happy with that spot. I think Bushido, hearing the vehicles inside a Swamp and kind of thinking along the same wavelength as me, are going, let's just consolidate our position. We know the other two are a little closer to the circle. We know the other two have a better position. Let's not take any unnecessary risks here.
Yeah, let's take the opportunity to rotate while we can. It is match number 3. So this is the halfway point for day number 1. So if Bushido do find themselves again in a top position, that is a good start. Voptrox, though, losing one early. They now found the knock on to Leosh, though. Win or die on their rotation themselves. Will pull the car, and Vorex will look to deny the opportunity for the team now to get moving. And as we flip to Ivis, he says go no more, and he'll be waiting out game number 3.
Yeah, Ivis Redline has not really been the start that they would have wanted. You know, it's a bit more like what we saw last weekend as opposed to what we saw midweek. Now, contesters have been caught out and rotate all night long. They've got to push their way through Redline. You've got Win or Die locking horns with Aniko in the side of Voptrox here on the edge of the circle, and you're in that Dragonov danger zone. Like, all of the Win or Die players are in a position where one headshot will be enough. But I think Win or Die got the first aids off. They're going to keep on moving.
Runs down for Voptrox. They are 3. A strong team. I've been really interested in watching their journey so far, because they did come through open qualifiers. They kind of danced the dance with everyone. They've gone through every team they could, and they've been really consistent. And we did see them, obviously, that last game went for a full send and qualifying their way. They earned their spots in these 16 teams. See if they can continue now. There's that zone shift. It goes back towards the north. So it bounced further away. It does mean Hosan will remain for now. And Slam G arguably had the other hard cover. Not too bad, but got to be careful. It's a very easy compound to crash if wanted. They just need to try and divert a lot of these teams.
Consolidate. Get yourself from a 2-2 back into a full 4-man and give up the other compound. It's, you know, it's that whole risk reward. If you hold the 2-2 split, you might lose players, where if you're a full 4, it's a lot tougher for a team to take advantage of you on the crash. FaZe Clan, they're going to spot out Fairy Tail on the rotate. April will get knocked by Quizzy as they make their move. Again, these are calculated decisions by these teams, as Braxco will calculatedly take the head off of Dante. That spray wipes out another member of Hive. And Ascender's so good at that. Just catching players out when they least expect it and get us a kill. But Mark, look at this. FaZe Clan getting pushed by Voptrox.
Yeah, and Voptrox taking the tumble. Vorex jumps out a bit too early, gives a point towards Vorpal Sword. Vex, just in wait. They're taking a bit of third-party action, and team's able to clear up. One at a time, though. FaZe Clan getting the knocks, but actually a lot of them getting stolen away. Vorpal Sword, the diamond in the rough, as I say, they seem to find more points for them. And FaZe Clan got to be careful here as they have to reposition now.
Yeah, 4 players up. James with 1 kill on the board, but as you can see, they've got a little bit of cover. It's not a lot to work with, but realistically, there could be high traffic coming their way pretty soon. VP on the edge of Hosan with a bit of a split. You've got Code Marco going for the res on the Shilla, but I think that you might just pick him up, bring him back into the dip, pick up that res, and keep as many players on their feet as possible. But as I look elsewhere, I can see that, you know, Vorpal Swords, 2 kills on the board for them, on a good position on the south side of the circle. But I really like GK's position. Like, up on top of this hill, and they've got the drop coming in. They're going to be in a really good spot.
They are. Vorpal Sword just waiting on the outside edge now. So these teams will look to go for the next rotation. 42 seconds left on the clock for phase number 3. So we have to figure out where this zone is eventually going to play out. How much of the town do we want to hold of Hosan, or do we get teased that it plays back towards the southeast corner and forces his team to work out? Fairy Tail look to leave, and Pomolovo goes back to what he feels is safety, but Quizzy's got his number wrapped. Not confirmed just yet. They have the opportunity. They are close enough for the res, but I think it's too much, as you say. Risk versus reward. That is a big risk.
Yeah, Fairy Tail, though, like, what can they do? They were stuck with the rotate. They made the decision to try to intersect a lot of these teams and, you know, split the eye of a needle, but they weren't able to keep everybody up on the way. And now Brightside well, he's got to play a very safe game from this point on. If this goes towards Hosan, you know he is full sending it, and he is going into a building, into a corner of a room, and hopefully setting up some pixel-style traps. VP, they're going to see a couple teams come out. Win or Die took the E-pickup, and they have used it to take center of the circle as well, by the way. But it's a shack. That's what they've got to play. A shack and a little bit of a ridge.
I wouldn't be too surprised that was a second. That was plan B. That was surely plan B, right? They came very much from the south. They expected maybe to play back towards the town. It wasn't. The town teases these teams too much, Gibson. And then it was, oh my God, we need to get off. And where do we go? And they find themselves in somewhere to play, but arguably they're now playing for late game. I can't see many kills. The rest of these teams now sit on the outside. They're going to kind of leave the town as they push further and further south. You've got to think that these teams that kept their cool, Gibson, and didn't move early, they should now start to be reaping the rewards that this game has to offer.
Navi here can see contesters in the distance. So said missing his shots, but you look at the ammo count. 222 rounds of 5.56 in reserve. You can take these shots without really doing yourself any damage. PWD's peeking the other side, though, in level 3 gear. Makes him a very difficult player to take down with a mini. And if I'm so said, when I see that ghillie peeking, you know that player can sustain a couple of headshots. You're the player who's got to be much more careful in a battle like this, as Fairy Tale will fall in 15th place. 18 minutes gone, 14 teams still alive, but the numbers are starting to fall as everybody's getting forced closer together.
This is what happens, though. Eternal Fire looking to try and control it out, though. Contesters, though, as GK, who were here before, they had that 2-2 split. They collapsed. They now got the high ground, and Quizzy is watching on as they are trying to run through the rice fields. Red line going to be stuck as well. VP already looking at that position, but they already moved out slightly off the zone. So they have the next stepping stone to gain number 3. Very different here for VP. They're not in the center of the zone.
Yeah, VP, they are, as you said, they're not in the center of the zone, but they can move in from the north. VP getting knocks and flushes on the red line. 2 kills for them now as the polar bears really start marching in the more tropical and humid map that is Tego, I guess. Maybe we might have seen better from them on Tego, Vikendi. But as things stand, FaZe Clan, good position. VP with a good spot up on the north of the circle as well. But 43 players, those numbers keep on ticking by. Don't be surprised if FaZe Clan whip out a double-digit kill game from this spot in the circle as well.
One game can change it. One game can save a day as well. So we'll have to wait and see. Eternal Fire not taking too much of the zone up as they do drive further in. They can hear the rain of the shots from Na'Vi as they do receive a quick knock and confirm. Other teams, though, are lurking. As I mentioned before, we can see on that mini-map now, GK able to ready to springboard to action when they want. So Sneed, he's having a look around. He knows there's danger from the east potentially. There's a lot more action though that's unfolding in the south.
Yeah, that circle shift really good for Na'Vi now at this point, and for Boostic and the rest of Slam G in the compound to the southwest. Well, they've now got to work their way into the circle, and they have a decision to make. Look at all the traffic to the west. Bushido, Win or Die, Ascend. You've got to pick your poison if you move that direction. The other option is to take on FaZe Clan to the south, but if I'm Slam G, I nearly want to rotate a little later than the team that's living next door. But let's jump back on board with Na'Vi now. They've still got GK in their sights as GK now leave the compound and start pushing up this hill.
They know the danger's going to come from this way. Where and when is the big question. Back towards the south, though. Vorpal Sword, they're punishing FaZe. They're moving in. Vard refusing to go without claiming other kills, though, as they'll get another kill underneath his belt. Fex will fall as PWD has wrapped his way around to the higher ground. Now he can provide elevation. The 6 kills for this team. Not really kicked off game number 1 and game number 2. But these wildcard maps, I said before, teams like GK, they can thrive sometimes. They just need to control and make sure they are the team sweeping on the east.
Yeah, PWD's got his eyes locked onto FaZe, but he's getting information as well as to where Razor is playing. So there's the real opportunity for more points to be had. Now remember, 2-minute bleed out time for Fex. So Vard has plenty of opportunity to go over and get that res. PWD, Missing those shots buys him even more chance to get his teammate back on his feet, but Razor now inside the blue, taking 5 damage per tick. Well, he's got to get in that UAZ, and he has got to make his send. And I don't know where he goes. He's just going in a straight line. He's driving directly towards FaZe Clan. One more shot should get it done, and FaZe Clan will wipe them out. Vorpal swords are eliminated, and FaZe pick up even more points, and they're back up to a 4.
Where he's going? He's going back to the lobby, Gibson. There was no way he was going to make it in from there. We'll have to go, though, back store, side on the south die. Slam G, no kills at the moment. They have to start making their way in his hive. Just in front of him. Boostic does see the car, has mostly caught the Schengen moving over. He sees his little tippy toes, but unable to get the connection shot. As Schengen trying to set up a little bit of a defense here. Rocks further afield. He holds an anchor, but Presensi, though, presents the nade. Boostic will fall, and Hive in full effect on defense.
Yeah, this is really difficult position now for Hive. Schengen throwing down some smokes. Nade at the hand now. Can he drop it right on top of Lurix? Boostic is down, and he goes to confirm out the kill. He will get the point on the board, but he loses his life for it. Now, Rox is the last player standing for Hive, and a Hive is meant to be a hive mind. 4 players moving as one, but it's just 1 player standing now for this team. Rox is in the smoke. The nade does a ton of damage onto Magor, but he knows every point matters in this 2 versus 1 on the edge of the circle. Magor will erupt into flames now as he falls back, and Rox does a great job of pushing back the first phase of the Slam G fight, but it's not over yet.
It's difficult as well because he missed the move back, so he's expecting the player store to be there. If he commits and moves forward, he might get punished here at the moment, but Hive need the numbers. Down to a solo now. There goes an 8. Continue to launch, and as I said before, he's missed that rotation back. Rox launches out a few more smokes, denies the opportunity for the blue zone to cause some damage, puts himself back in the position. A surprise, there's only 1 bit to peek from, and they go back to the tree.
Yeah, and this tree is big enough for the both of them. It has got a wide enough trunk. On the other side of things, Keter, he does have a nade in his hands. He's going to toss it up over the ridgeline, but does it go far enough? Keter will get the knock, but Nixie will trade it back instantly. But the blue has stopped momentarily, or at least it's moving slow enough on that side when they get it, but that's a good BZ nade towards Rox. Magor wipes out the kill, and the placement point window is now open. 1 point for every team still alive, and there's still plenty more points to go.
Turn off up, but to send their way forward now in towards that zone. FaZe Clan losing the body, but 4 kills. Bushido launched the mollies over the top. Beamy is knocked. He's not out just yet as he's crawling his way through the rise field. But again, a lot of teams still sit on the outside. FaZe find themselves with James in the middle. But as a one-man, we know he's a one-man army. He needs the guys to consolidate or clear an angle that he can kind of work his way back to work around everybody else on the outside edge. FaZe rotate their way around. They're going to have to now start pushing the agenda with Geekate because they've also lost the zone, Gibson.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one right now, and so many of your strongest teams that you would argue historically being the strongest teams are over on the side. Navi, Geekay, FaZe Clan, all on the edge. Bushido with 7 more kills, by the way, plus the placement points. They are really kicking things off here on Friday night the way they would want it to be. Friday night lights have not been too bright for them, and now Bushido will get on the move once more, realizing that that extra point on the VP is not the priority. The priority is getting yourself in a position to get inside the top 4 once more. PWD with a great spray gets the knock on Fex, but look on the other side of this fight, Navi are putting pressure on the Geekay.
There you are. Marco sees the rotation with Bushido. They're taking a little bit of a stopping ground now to get some smokes out to get moving as well, because the cover for Eternal Fire is self-made. That self-made could be victorious. They have left an anchor player as well, so they are looking for that rotation round as Marco waiting on the left-hand side of the smokes. But back on the other side of things, I said Navi applying the pressure now towards Geekay because they would have seen the numbers falling in the kill feed.
Yeah, 18 players are left alive. 8 teams. That's just over 2 players a team as PWD will sprint to the tree. The level 3 helmet and vest helping him out for now. But for James, the last phase standing, he might be able to do some more. PWD wants to get in a position to take this fight. VP are eliminated on the other side as Corexi goes down to the blue, and here comes the Bushido send. Marco will spray down two of them. He finds two knocks on to Bushido, and there's just one player left standing for your lobby topping side, and here comes the Mad running over Neil Kopp. Bushido eliminated for the first time outside the top 4, and then there were 6.
Good amount of kills though and placement, but you're right, they're outside the top 4, but we went quickly to a top 4. Na'Vi eventually, the beast from the east is topped as Na'Vi, as they will now try and hold out. A bit of a high ground here. Everyone else has been suffering a blow. Win or die down to a 2. Eternal Fire, despite with the Bushido push, now find themselves as a 1. And Jeems, oh Jeems, where has he been? He's been hiding in the shack for quite some time now, but he's been getting kills on the board as the rest of FaZe were unable to collapse into his position.
Yeah, Ferris gets a good knock onto Gedrox in the distance, and Code Marco will look to steal that one away. I said this could be their big welcome, but Hackett Tory, he'll shut down Marco before he can steal the kill away, and then it was a 4v2 v1, but Gedrox is gone now as well. This is Navi's game to lose. Up on the north side of the circle, FaZe Clan and Win or Die extends. He knows exactly where Jeems is, or at least he has a very good idea of where the final member of FaZe Clan is standing, and maybe they can pick up that kill now and get one more on what's been this impressive tally.
There's the new boy for Na'Vi, extends using the blue zone nade to claim a bit more, and then 14s became 2, and unfortunately with a 4 versus 1, hello my bad, we know he's got depth. He gets the first knock, now he has to try and defend the rest of the push, but the blue zone's going to push him a little bit more. He might go for the denial where he can. They're trying to hold one angle, you can hear the cars rolling in, but it's not going to be the case. Winner chicken dinner, that's going to Na'Vi, a huge game from them, and it was all coming down towards the east. Lots of teams were there, lots of teams trying to work their way in, but when it came push to shove, Na'Vi was the last one standing.
18 points for them, as it's a third map and a third different lobby winner, which just goes to show how competitive this region really is. And this is all good for the teams that aren't picking up points. You don't want one team racing away getting multiple chicken dinners in one day, because then you're going, well, there's 3 spots up for grabs, but really there's now 2 because one team has taken such a big lead. But this just keeps everything competitive. Na'Vi now joining the party. EF picking up a nice kill tally as well, getting inside the top 4. This is the way you want your first night of a 3-day weekend to go.
This is how you get the party started on Friday night. Well, that's 3 maps done now. We do have Rondo after this, and then we will move into the grassy pastures of Erangel. So there is still to play for. Maybe we get another 3 teams that have the opportunity to claim victory. But for now, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, though, it's time to Rondo.
Welcome back in, everyone, and we have just crossed the halfway point of the night. Tego is done. It's Rondo up next. And Mark, I see everybody asking, who's winning? Who's on top? Why don't you tell the viewers at home what it's looking like at this point in time?
Right, it's been very consistent for a lot of these teams. So Bushido, VP, obviously have been sort of duking out at the top. That last game was massive for Na'Vi. That has sent him into third place. VP's in second, Bushido sitting in first. So there's nothing too surprising because we've seen the same teams in that kind of top four. But that last game, that was key for Na'Vi. Maybe the tides are turning and they're looking to try and conquer that leaderboard.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard as well, if you're wondering where your favorite team is, remember the leaderboard is available on Twire. I think it's available on OpGG, and I think it might also be available on the PUBG Esports website. So keep an eye as it stands. If you're a fan of Ascend Club, and I know that there's loads of Ascend fans watching, you know, they're everywhere. 11th place on 13 points. And the thing is, whenever you look at the way that they've played so far, it feels like they've got more points than they do. You know what I mean? They've been involved in action. They've done some good rotates. It's a surprise to me to see that they're only on 13 points.
But they're on 13. You've got Vorpal on 13, Hypebeast on 13. And it's not that obviously, yeah, we're 3 games in, Gibson, right? We're about to go into the 4th game, right? But it's not that far stretch. As you mentioned a point before, right? It's not like we've had the same team stealing all the kills, getting all the wins, and claiming victory and trying to get a divide. Most of the teams are in and around the kind of 36, down to the kind of Ascend that's 13. So one good game, that will change it. We saw that from Na'Vi. So expect the same to happen again, especially through the course of this evening, because when we transition to that middle day, that's kind of then where I start to see a difference in teams. That's where the consistency, that's where the reps come into effect. It is the best of the best lobby. You remember, this is the road to EWC. This is the top 16 teams we have in the EMEA region, minus BB Team and minus Twisted Minus. Let's not take them away from it. But again, it could move, it could shake at the moment. Everyone is collapsed together and it's looking pretty tough.
Yeah, it is tough. Like, as I said before, I think EMEA is blessed with talent from top to bottom. Like, you know, I'm a hybrid caster, right? I'm from EMEA, but I work in NA. So I look at both sides, and like the way I see it is in NA, the top teams in NA can compete with anybody. But I feel like in EMEA, the further you go down, there's still so many stacked players. Now, I feel like it does make it really tough because every single international event, somebody's favorite team doesn't make the cut. There's always a favorite that doesn't get to attend those events. Like, there's a lot of Foot fans. They're going to be disappointed that they're not here in the lobby today. But every time one of those teams fall, it's an opportunity for somebody else. Imagine if Bushido could just hold on and keep playing like they're doing right now and upset everybody and be one of the 3 that qualify for EWC.
What's interesting to me from Bushido is not big movers or shakers, right? We look at you mentioned Foot, right? 4 days before the roster locks, we saw FaZe come knocking and Vard. He's over. Who wouldn't go across towards a FaZe, right? He's performing. He's sunk into this team pretty well. Currently sitting in 4th place. There's been events before last year where it's actually FaZe has struggled, not just with kills, but with replacements. We either saw them really heavy on the kills and struggle with replacements. We see him go the other way around. I feel like he could be a really good piece of the puzzle. Then we see Crexy. He's moved on. He went from FaZe. He's now gone to VP. He seems to have slotted in really nicely, and they're sitting on 2nd place. So I know there's been a bit of movers and shakers, but it feels like the pieces of the puzzle might be getting completed for some of these teams.
We had this conversation before, and it was about sometimes changing players. It's not because you think that player is worse or better than the player you're placing. It's that you think the player you're bringing in is a better fit for the team. I feel like this move with the teams making some changes, I think that a lot of these players are going to get a boost from it. I think everybody wins in some of these roster swaps. Like, I think Corexy's going to get a new lease of life in his new team. Obviously, you know, Foot, they suffered a little bit losing Vard, but I think that FaZe Clan are going to be delighted because I think Vard's playing some of the best PUBG he's ever played this year. Like, we've seen T-Bone say it. The guy is coming into incredible form, and that's brilliant news for FaZe Clan, and that is brilliant news for Team GB at EWC, at PNC as well.
Yep, we can't wait for that one, not going to lie. Back to EWC at the moment. So I'm interested to see, obviously, yes, they've moved. Yes, they are looking settled and they are performing well. The wildcard maps, obviously, they're wildcards for a reason. But I do feel like those additional slots to those puzzles, like we go back to that phase, Avad could perform here. FaZe at the moment kind of chipping away at the circle. And I think they're still trying to figure out how aggressive they can be. I worry for the rest of the lobby. When FaZe get into a position where potentially they can fire on all cylinders and VAD is fully embedded into that team, that is going to be a team to be forced to be reckoned with. And I worry a team like that on a map like Rondo, they can potentially sweep out and get some big kill games, because a big kill game surely is coming for them.
Yeah, and Rondo as well. I'm looking at it. The viewers can't see it just yet, but I am going to give a little spoiler. We don't have a double flight path. It's going to be a little bit more standard for these teams. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not giving away anything else about it, but I look at Rondo. I expect Na'Vi to play well now. They don't have to worry about Twisted Minds. They don't have to worry about the hot drop. They can play their game from inside of Test Track or Neox Factory and extend out. The question I pose is, does somebody dare tread where we used to see Twisted Minds? Because Test Track and Neox Factory is big enough for two teams.
It is. I think we're going to see someone push over to Test Track, right? Why wouldn't you? It's like that Picardo. Like, if you can get yourself center-ish to the map, you find yourself in a position. We know we're on the older patch, guys and girls, right? So we know that there's been a lot of endings in and around Test Track. If not, it's pushing towards Bamboo, and we've seen some great victories there as well. So if you find yourself in a centralized area, I think the contestants should drop down now, as you can see them on our screen. They should be looking to try and take this. Don't have a Twisted Minds here. They might need to reset if they get a top 3 position, but why wouldn't you take it?
Exactly. Like, it's just a matter of who, because you know you have to deal with, and it's contesters, so they are going to live up to their name and contest inside of Test Track. Now, if I'm Na'Vi, they're going to know it's contesters, right? It's no surprise. Like, contesters will have said on Discord, they will let everybody know this is where we plan on dropping. I want to see if Na'Vi approach it any differently, because when it's Twisted Minds, you see they're on edge. You know, their eyes are constantly looking over. With it being contesters, do you feel like they might be a bit more relaxed, or do you think that because it's contesters, they don't know what they're going to do compared to what Twisted Minds do, and it causes even more of a problem?
Well, we saw him in the, obviously closed, right? So there wasn't that much sort of duking out early on. I think there's a level of respect now, especially when this map kind of came out. It was like, hey, let's figure out how aggressive we can push. And a lot of the times, even between that sort of Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, it was kind of ensured destruction. Yeah, you might get the win. Yes, we might see a 4-person wipe, but the time it took to serve that, teams are kind of wrapping around. So for me, it feels like an area which is like, look, we are close. We need to get the cars, and that's where we do sometimes see the early fights that when they're duking out for the car. But actually, it's all down to we need to get looted, we need to get moving. The zone this time has gone up as Vard is moving in closer as Eternal Fire looking to try and get the res. And there's that zone shift up towards that north side. So like this is a prime example. For me, contestants Na'Vi, they've got to loot, they've got to get going as quick as they can.
Yeah, I was wondering when you would bring up the circle, because I've casted the circle a few times now. And the area where you see Bushido, just across that bridge north of Stadium, is where this circle has a nasty habit of pulling towards, right? And that's a no man's land. Like that area, but yeah, we'll speak about it in a second, because FaZe Clan, Eternal Fire, there's 2 knocks straight off the bat. EF and a ton of trouble, and FaZe Clan taking advantage. 2 kills on the board for them, no knocks sustained. And EF, well, they'll have to play with 2 players up for the rest of this game.
Both of these teams obviously were extending over, so they were fighting for the car. That's why we saw the early fight here from Eternal Fire.
Are they chasing?
He's in a bike. You know, he's gone the other way.
Yeah,
He's gone back towards the east. They're now going to play towards that west. Stadium obviously was a little bit further out on the flight path. But back towards that zone. This is the kind of position we're talking about, right? Win or Die now move their way over. Ascend do like take the top side. Got to remember the gliders are here. The team like Ascend will go for the outside edge. They want to try and get the gliders where they can. The problem with this zone, a lot of teams are going to come over, especially to the north, quite early. So if they want it, they've got to go grab it quick.
Yeah, contesters. Stop, maybe have a peek, but Shilla is in this position. It is just a solo player of Eternal Fire, but you don't want to knock, because Shilla's now in a position where if he gets a knock, he might be more in a rush to get the flush than to take on the rest of the fight, knowing that the points are so important when you've just 2 players left alive in a fight like this. Ascend, they've been gifted the circle. I think they'll be pretty happy with it. A 2-2 split for them. They find themselves moving towards the center. The real question I have is, why is no one in the glider yet? That's not very ascend.
I don't know. I think they've got one. They're parked up somewhere. I think it's part and parcel. They're in the zone, right? But again, it comes back to what I said in map number 1. If it's go aggressive, we saw them go aggressive. It plays to their advantage. What I worry with, they're in the center of the zone now. Does that mean they go back to default ascend, hunker down, lock it down, and not play? And that might shift their momentum in the second half of the day. So I'm a little bit worried. We have to wait and watch and see. Back towards that stadium, though, Hive have moved in quite early. Fairy Tale on the rotation. FaZe went to their normal drop spot, and they did cross path with Fairy Tale, but they are taking their time, and Dante pops his head from the surface. It doesn't quite get the connection he was looking for.
Yeah, Brightside's going to step further inside, but Rocks with an AUG spray with no sight on his weapon manages to find Bombolovo. Now that gives advantage to Hive in this gunfight. Presente is wrapping on the north side of the stadium to try get an angle, but as things stand for Fairy Tale, Bombolovo is in a tricky spot to get to if you want to get this res. And the thing is, Presente's got such an advantage on the high point of the stadium that it makes it so hard for Fairy Tale. Nades landing on top of Brightside. Thankfully for him, he's going to spray down the line, does a little bit of damage on the Dante, but not quite enough. But I really worry. I really worry for Fairy Tale in this position.
He's seen him as well. Pops a nade, gets the back shot into Brightside. They move in late. Hive were here. They're going to be here to stay now. They're down some numbers. They've got a little bit of an off angle here. Fairy Tale, they've had a great start. But this is a complete stop to that momentum shift at the moment. Hive hitched up, looking to claim gold.
Oh, tire's gone.
His tire's gone, and he's scrabbling his way towards the north.
Yeah, just get up over the ridge line. Just get up far enough to get away. But for Hive, they have done enough. 1 kill. It'll be 2 pretty soon, because that one will be confirmed on the Bombolovo in a couple of seconds' time. But that's another team losing 2 players in the early stages. And look at this. Contesters look like they're fighting with Na'Vi up on top of the high ground. Both teams left Test Track and Factory, and now they find themselves fighting on the ridge lines just south of the river.
This is prior spot for this start of zone. If it plays back towards the east, this is where people want to be. This is where
you get
the opportunity. And Hakatori, bam! He gets the knock, though. The spray with the AK now forces CS to kind of work their way back. But he receives some shots as well as the angles are being exposed. But look at that. Extends on the other side. He's looking to close this gap as Na'Vi remain as a duo.
Yeah, Na'Vi taking fire from all sides. And Levante, I love the aggression here from Win or Die. Yes, going to say it because I have to prompt it every time. Mark did design this team's logo, so he's always going to want to see them performing really well. Levante's nades are perfect. Down goes Hakatori, and Na'Vi will be left with just 1 player standing for the rest of the night, and all of the contesters players are wrapping around Extends. Trigger discipline. Lets the first one go through. Doesn't get the knock onto the second, but Modic is up on top of the rock. Extends will get 1. And it's not done just yet, but there's the peak on the side. Melman finishes them off.
Look who's coming back, though. Win or Die, Levante. He knows he's got the high ground. He knows who's fighting as well. So looking to try and maybe capitalise on this knock. And you ask for the glider. Well, it's never that far away when it comes down to this map. Rondo, it provides with the hard spawns. As Geeke, PWD will look to lay the opportunity for the team to rotate in towards a very much a northeast. And hey, on the other side, if not 1, why take 2? A Slam G and Nixie take to the dogfight, the aerial battle over Rondo.
I think on Rondo, anytime we get a fight like this, we need to get like Flight of the Valkyrie playing in the background as these dogfights kick off. Or even, oh, you know what else would be great? A little bit of a Fortunate Son. That'd be another great song to play in these situations. That's my hype song, by the way, when I'm dropping into the lobbies. You play Fortunate Son dropping out of the plane? Oh, you're ready to go.
Extra 10 HP. Slab G, though, looking to try and stay behind VP. You got to remember as well, you can shoot if you go for the seat swap, but you can't look behind all the way. So as long as Lyrics can stay behind Nixie.
Where does his head go?
He's right. I think caution though. PWD, I've seen him hit these shots as well. There's Rob Drox on the ground. There's a little bit of aerial suppression from PWD.
Yeah, as you can see, the glider, still plenty of health, 75% or thereabouts. And if you're joining for the first time and you're going, or at least the first time in a while, and you're going, okay, so I'm assuming these vehicles can get blown up. No, the glider can get shot down, but it does not explode. So those players, if they get shot down, can just glide, live up to the name of the vehicle, and just glide it, land somewhere near the rest of the team. It's really a low-risk, high-reward strategy. The only time it really causes problems is when they get shot down on the opposite side of the circle to the team, or too far away from the team, and they've got no shot of getting back to that position.
Yeah, it's to be, again, more and more teams are using this. Obviously, there was a couple of players that were creative at the beginning, and they were kind of the only ones getting in there. But as we are now sort of seeing that risk versus reward, then it is all reward mainly. More and more teams will take it, and obviously with this map, the hard spawns, it gives them the opportunity to do so. So don't be too surprised we see multiple gliders, especially for the early couple of zones. But as they get shot down, and the information obviously is provided, and that's when we will start seeing late game differences. Keep the glider in the air. That might be so critical if you need to rotate it.
Yeah, Hive rotating in. 2 kills on the board for them already. Present is like, oh, maybe that's a little lack of map knowledge there, not realizing what the terrain on the other side was. I think he was hoping to maybe ramp his way across, but instead they'll move and mark the circle shift. Well, it has gone back to the south side of the river, and contesters now, you spoke about that being a prio spot. Well, look at the swarm of teams coming the way. Yeah, drive on the riverbed. Why not?
Look at the submarine coming in. We've got gliders. We now got submarines. It is known there are parts of this map that you can cross on the water, but definitely not that one. That is going to be a sunken hole. So beat up, looking to try and claim though a points here. Does get connection. Luke Rocks though, it's being res now by Beamy as the click of the chamber unfolds. Crux is up. He should get a safety back to the compound. Subira gets back in the buggy and now will scrabble himself in towards some hard cover.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords rotating in. VP, they're making their way... well, I'm going to say they're making their way as close to the center as they can get without risking anything. They know that contesters are a little bit further north of their position, but I feel like you don't need to play as a full 4 this early on. A 2-2 split's fine. Maybe you can extend a little further towards the circle. And, oh, are they? I think they're really tempted to have a little peek at what's going on with contesters.
Is limited though. They've got a little bit of time to do this before teams wrap around. Especially on that south side, they will be exposed. They'll be able to live in the dip, but if they want to try and push into this compound late game, it'd be difficult. If they're going to do it, they need to do it quite early. They've got a glider potentially looking to go airborne with that. Go back towards the other side of the zone. Tego though for a red line, a little bit separated from the guys. He's under the bridge. Getter from Hypebeast. It's also on the same island. They've got to be very cautious though, because you can see in the mini map, Rob Jog's also taking shots over the top of the head of Zico. He has to be very careful where he steps forward.
Yeah, I think with this being phase 2, the zone's not the biggest concern. The only problem for Zico at this point is until he gets in the circle, he will never be above 75 HP, which causes some problems if somebody's taking bolty shots at you, or if somebody lands a headshot with a DMR. It could be just about enough to remove you from the game for now. But I think the distance between him and the rest of his team, I'd be very, very surprised if he's able to get there without his team winning a fight somewhere else first to open up that pathing in.
It's all about the pathing in. Contesters, Navi, they had the opportunity. They were the teams, I mean, I'm going to say the centre of the zone. I know Ninon's factory and test track is not quite the centre, but it's normally the centre, especially when it comes down to a hot drop. They're able to kind of position themselves early on. Expectation obviously of the zone coming back this way. We see so many push back this way as well. So obviously I wouldn't be too surprised. We've got to lose some of the water in the middle. We're going to see the hard play back. We've got to then look at the higher ground. There's some elevation, which is unplayable. Again, we've got to lose that. That's why we're seeing teams like Hive getting ready with the E pickup. They're going to be looking at a position. Actually, the zone hits. If they need to take it, they can do. Because it's phase 2, we can see that random shift store happen, and if it plays back towards that east corner, Hive want to be jumping on this rotation.
Yeah, Hive, that rotation in for them. I'm curious to see where they elect to go now. Slam G still scouting from the skies as Lurex is feeding tons of information to the rest of the team. Vorpal Swords, well, they're stuck between 2 EMPs as things stand, and none of them going for that hybrid or electric power. They'll be able to drive right on through those storms if needs be. But this is a very strange circle, because just like a third of the circle is north of the river, 2/3 is south, and
Good shift.
Sorry, there's not a lot of spots to play in the south side.
No, yeah, shifted back. That's why we've seen teams work their way back this way. That's why we've seen Hive not take that E-rotate over the top. Though, and Vorpal Sword haven't got many options, and the seat swap to the buggy. Well, that's the death seat, and it ends to be the case. Oh my God, Beamy's just spinning on a dime, and he's knocking players left, right, and centre.
Beamy made that look simple, but the rest of Vorpal Swords are still here. Barizi in a 1v1, but Lukarux will win it, and Vorpal Swords have been wiped, and Beamy should also now get rezzed unless FaZe are going to crash, and here they come. James is in the high ground. He's feeding the information. He's going to fall from the sky, and this is bad news for VP. Vardo step on, and he gets the knock. There's one player left standing. Oh, that is just Nixie. He's going to go for the res on the other side, but Lukarux and Beamy have been deleted. Brilliant decision making from FaZe Clan.
Death from above. FaZe Clan dropping in hot to deny the amazing work we saw from Beamy. He was spinning on a dime. He was knocking people. He didn't need reinforcements, and FaZe said no. We're coming in, and we're coming in hot. VP down to 2. Crexy and Nixie going to try and take the high ground. Fairy Tail not too far away, and I think they'll be happy that FaZe is at arm's distance for now. But we've got to lose the high ground. We've seen the high ground on the east get lost, so it's now pushed its way back towards that west side. We now got to start looking and thinking about when did we lose the water and where do these teams live. 13 left alive, 47 people left on the battleground. Here is an aggressive Rondo.
Oh, Nod. Does he have any clue that Bjorn is standing right there? He has no clue. Bjorn will decapitate him, and down falls Nod 1. Red line getting torn asunder here now as Vuptrox are picking up some points of their own. That's not what you want to see if you're red line at this stage of the game. And I think that Evas now just has to flee, join Nail Up. But for red line, they've still got to deal with Hype Beasts who are holding them out on the other side.
They are. Hype Beast looking for another good game. A good start towards this road to EWC finals at the moment. Nitro looking to try and drive forward towards Nail Up, the red line. Looking to try and get out of there. And Zico was further afield, and what comes into the line side of Nitro is a completely different team. And Redline sneak on by using the train slightly to their advantage, but they have no idea the danger that is so close.
Yeah, here come Vuptrox, the Germans, going right through the middle of the mix, and Redline are going to completely annihilate them, and that could be the momentary distraction that Hype Beasts need to push. Now, Nitro takes a big shot from afar, and that'll slow down the push for just a few seconds. But I'm looking elsewhere. That circle shifted back down to the south side of the island, and we got contesters, we got Geeky, we got Hype Beast, and Win or Die all over on the side, battling to make their way into the circle.
Pushing for Vuptrox. Nitro is there with our primes, and they will fall. Fairy Tail have the zone shift back. This is where we start to lose that water and that unplayable. VP gear up the compound on the other side, and there's a little bowl here. I've seen teams live here for quite some time. They might need to use a deployable cover and get those Doritos out, maybe use a bit of a car fortification and pray as the team to the north, they will start to fight with the teams in the compound like FaZe. And they might be able to try and survive out even as a duo. Back to the other side of things though, Ascend with no kills at the moment. They find themselves now on the outside, and Bushido, the Samurais don't always swim. They're sinking down here in game number 4.
Yeah, well, you know, all the gear that the Samurais wear is quite heavy, so it's not the best thing to be swimming inside the water with, but I feel like it's the risk they took. They gambled on it being on the north side of the circle. If it went that way, we'd be calling them geniuses. Unfortunately, it didn't go that way, but Neil Kopp will need to make his way into the circle elsewhere. Back inside the circle, though, contesters, 3 players up, fighting now with Geeky. Melman will burst into flame for this moment in time. And honestly, if I'm contesters, I'm delighted Hype Beasts are fighting with Win or Die, because it means you're only in one fight. But what a nade that is from Quizzy, and Diffex with a knock.
Yeah, good nade. Goes for the shotgun, spins around, and Geeky looking to claim. They might now make the push towards that north side. FaZe looking at the kill feed as well, looking like they want to start moving. FaZe number 4 with 55 left. Don't forget though, we still have Ascend. They're top of the hill here. So the winner from the east, they will have to drive on forward. Nitro looking to try and climb the hill. Alwick though with the M249, we know this has been an explosive gun so far on the road too. Looking to try and get the defense and make sure no one's backfilling.
Yeah, Geeky, they've cleared out their back now. They can push forward and you can make Hypebeast the filling inside the sandwich. Nitro's down, Spyro spraying them down for fun. 5 kills, make it 6 as Geeky will wipe out Hypebeast. Now you've still got win or die to deal with on the north side of the circle. Ascend have Chris sneaking and sniffing this way as well as Defex looks down from on high, spots them out, and here comes the spray. Leosh takes a ton of damage and that'll just slow him down, but I think the Defex will be disappointed he didn't get the knock.
It will be. He's looking for the nade though. Kobe will roll down the hill. Leosh needs to get moving. Brexto looking to try and set the defensive line, but for Jedrox, he sneaks on past. That's going to force Ascend to play slightly different. They can't leave him lurking here on the north because it might be this backstab that Ascend desperately don't need.
Yeah, Gedrox all by himself on the north. Hello, my bad will fall to the blue with some help of damage from Geeky. But now that leaves Leosh as the last player standing in this fight. As we said, Gedrox is a bit further north, but he's in a fight of his own with the rest of Ascend. As Defex will peek on down. Braxco gets that knock. Inside the placement point window though, but I think that 8 teams is about to become 7, and it's about to become 7 rather quick.
Yeah, she was stolen away. Ascend doing the right thing. They did deny, obviously, that push round from Win or Die. That could, if they focused in this fight here, easy backstab for Win or Die. Diffix thinking about the nade. He's got 4 plus a blue zone, so he can kind of stack. But he's getting ready for this zone shift, so maybe get a few more bits and bobs as he loots the dead bodies. And he has the vehicle. He has electric bus to get on moving. But Geeky have a good element of control. It's going to come down to timing though, Gibson. And what time do they try and lock out Ascend's game here? If we jump back to the other side, Hive, get the initial knock on Fairy Tale.
Yeah, James will steal one away from FaZe Clan as well, but that's another team done and dusted, and FaZe Clan are pushing up this way. VP trying to get out of there as Nixie and Corexi will get on the move, but Gustav is too quick. He'll get that knock. An instant flush now onto the side. Extra fire coming in from Geeky up on high, and maybe Hive can use that to feed their way south and try to catch FaZe Clan while they're fighting with someone else.
I feel like this is like big FaZe, big Geeky game at the moment. Ascend needs to get rolling, but the powerhouses to be so far have been these 2 teams. Presenti, well, he gets a knock onto Fex, not able to get the confirmation. He does look around, he finds other FaZe players and Gustav right in his line of sight. But he does need to think about how he gets into the zone. As we saw the tire from his vehicle go down, he's going to take the opportunity, pop a smoke and get on out there.
Win or die falls. 6 teams left alive now. Everyone else gifted another placement point inside the circle, and every point matters. FaZe Clan picking up some utilities for themselves from the dead bodies as the head is revealed for just a second, but Neil Kopp, the ninja, the samurai, still sneaking in from the side, still has something to say on the outcome of this game as Schengen will look up towards Spyro of Geeky. Oh, I really hope that Neil Kopp's able to pull off something here coming in from the edge of the circle.
Something outside edge. I'm looking to try and hold out as best they can. And 4 kills as well. It's not a bad game for them. But the unfortunate for them, Bushido is on the other side. He will not far the Ronin warrior. There's the spin. Schengen puts him down. And Bushido, well, they get the placement points. 6th place for them. A few kills, but it does clear the way for Hive.
Yeah, and more utility being dumped this way. FaZe Clan up to 8 kills, looking to add some more. Kiliakai, he's just behind it, and he's going to find Schengen. Turns his attention over to Rocks now. Ascend looking to find kills 4, 5, and 6. If they're able to look this way. Dante, he's inside the smoke, but Gustav will find that knock with the ace spray, and Kiliakai will do well to fall back. He's done enough damage on this fight. Sometimes you need to understand when enough has been enough and let FaZe Clan deal with Ascend. But I think Kiliakai keeps what he wants these points.
Look at the setup, actually. Well, Geeky have played to this south side as well. So we've got Geeky on the south, VP on the south, FaZe on the south, Hive on the south. The only team left now is Ascend. What can they make from this one? Spyro is the only one kind of remaining that might have a big impact. But arguably, Ascend setting their stall out here. They've drawn a line in the sand. They're looking to try and take the third party in this fight. And FaZe and Hive, if it's not cleared up clean here from FaZe, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Ascend use the high ground to their advantage.
Yeah, Ascend have got to. You've got to take these advantages whenever you're given them. Rocks back on his feet as Hive managed to get 2 players up once more, and that gets this fight a little bit easier. James will get knocked by Presente, but Kiliakai is up on high once more, and that brings this battle back to just Rocks standing. He'll step inside the blue, but Defex has an angle here as well, and Rocks is just trying to secure whatever extra points he can. Gustav, the next target, but Vard is there. 10 kills for FaZe Clan, and down fall Hive. 4 teams left alive. It's a 4v4v 3v1.
Strong ending, really. FaZe losing 1, but they are in full swing. Ascend, I said they have sort of committed to the other side. They did take the third party where they could. VP, gotta give him credit where credit is due. Nixie has found himself, I wouldn't say a canyon. He's found something to play, and
you know what we call that? You know what we call that in Ireland, and this is a really colloquial term. He's in a shuck.
He's in something, mate. I can tell you that.
You guys call it a ditch. We call it a shuck.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a ditch, but I'd argue to say a ditch is a little bit deeper than that. All he can do is lay and wait here. FaZe Clan still sweeping their way around. They are in the southwest corner with 10 kills. They are, as I said, in full effect. And Geeky, not far behind him, but they have forced themselves on the south side of this hill. They've got to be careful. Send will look to try and swing back.
Up on top of this hill. I'm going to call it Wrinkle Hill because I've got more wrinkles than you at this point, Mark. You are a little bit... sorry. They look like wrinkles. Anyway, it's a 4v4v 3v1. Nixie is still alive, but Nixie is the only one inside the circle.
Absolutely love it. I remember that. Make note, Mark. I've got more salt than pepper in when it comes to my hair.
You've got more hair than me, so...
Yeah. It's all coming, mate. Don't worry. That's been noted down. We'll note these final 4 teams for now. As I said, it's still a 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. Nixie, I'd argue to say, slightly out of the game. It might be a bit of a landmine for Geeky, so they might lose some bodies if they step full force onto Nixie. If they go the rotate the right way around, they might arguably favour. But they've got to play carefully here, Geeky. Go too early, Ascend could maybe backstab. Go too late, Ascend get in front of them and deny them entry. So time is a ticking now for Geeky.
Those mortar strikes coming inside as well, or is my...
That's the
it's the emergency cover. You know when you just hear the noise and then you see damage and you're like, huh? As Nixie will get wiped out, but it's a 4v4v3 now. 8 kills for Geeky. FaZe Clan have roughly have a couple more than that themselves, but everybody has been feasting so far. This is one of those fights, Mark, whichever team sits out of the trouble the longest usually wins because the other two do enough damage to themselves that allows the third to sweep on in.
Yeah, that is the case. Oh, I was about to say, Chris got JS9 again. We've seen he's been pretty explosive with that, especially in the last chance. Ascend currently sitting in 11th place, not including any points in this game. They are coming in 11th from 13 points. So again, a good game for them. They find themselves in a top spot. But again, it comes down to timing. Sometimes you move first and you might be the first to fall.
Yeah, it's all about that next fight. I love that Chris is rocking the JS9 here as well. Remember, SMGs have boosted limb damage, but FaZe Clan about to lock horns with Geeky. PWD takes some damage from Vard, but the first knock comes from Gustav. PWD is going to get fallen as well, as it's all falling apart now for Geeky. Defex gets the angle, though. He's going to damage Ascend on the other side, but Spyro is also going to get captured as Gustav is just on the tear. Pains wipes out Geeky. And now Ascend with 3 players up. They are in a fight with FaZe Clan. But I don't think they can get close enough to the Frez to get Chris back on his feet. So this should be a 3 versus 3.
Why did BWD turn his back? Of all teams to turn his back to, it's not going to be FaZe. Ascend looking here. Pains will put down Gustav. They've now got the numbers advantage. They potentially have the opportunity if they want to get the rest to go for it. For me, it's about closing this one out. For duo for FaZe. They've got to potentially close out. If you allow FaZe to move, they've got the zone. They're going to try and close up. James will go for 1. They've got a hold back from Vard. 13 kills so far, but 2 are currently knocked, and FaZe are running riot now in the end zone.
James has to be the initiator from this point on. He's got the level 3 helmet and the level 3 vest. His teammate not quite in the same position, so you have to be the one that makes the risk, that takes the play. Now, Vard's helmet and vest is in pretty good condition, but still, James has the benefit of the extra life. Ascend back up to 4. Blue Zone needs a spreading as things get a little bit tighter on the end, but James misses the chance mark.
He misses the chance, but he does the right thing. He backs away from this one. Vard's dead. He hits first. Pain will go down. It's not lined up for Vard. Oh my god, the 2 has gone down. They're causing damage here. Killikai is the final player for Ascend. What can the solo do? 4-1. FaZe, as I said, are running riot, Gibson.
Well, it's yeah, everyone knows the saying, but right now it's hashtag easy for Vard at this point, as he's going to spray on down 15 kills now for FaZe Clan. As yeah, you know it, we're all for Vard at this point. He is having a blinder, and it's all down to Killikai. But it's not Kai he needs to kill. He's got to kill Vard, but he gets it done.
What a game. 17 kills, and it comes down to the end. 27 points though for FaZe, and what a win. Even as a duo, they were able to run rings around Team Ascend. Backwards and forwards we go. Yes, they had the level 3 vest. Yes, James had the helmet though, but oh my god, the fact that they were hit and then run was insane, and they played that end game to perfection.
If my chat is not finished with that full of that hashtag whenever you get to this point, I will be incredibly disappointed. But that was phenomenal as we look at another map and another map winner. Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, Bushido, and Fairy Tail. And it's great. As we said, different teams winning every single map helps the lobby as a whole. It keeps it really contested.
That there was a game of victory though. FaZe Clan shortly after that be sending themselves, skyrocketing themselves up towards the top of the table, and with the injection with Vard, they are looking good. I said to Gibson, that team, if they have a runaway with the wildcard maps, might set them up for the weekend, and they just delivered.
Yeah, they did. They really did. But there's still plenty more games to play. 2 more games left on the night, so we're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, it's the green grass of home. It's Erangel on the double to finish things off. We'll see you guys in a few.
Well, the wrinkles of Rondo are done. I am old school, and we're going all the way back to Erangel now. The final 2 games, Gibson, are up for grabs, and so far, and one team at a time has been claiming the victory. But there are, as I said, 2 more games left to play out.
Wouldn't it be great if we go a full night where we've got different teams winning every single game, and it just really blows the weekend wide open? All in all, though, I think that there's not been a case where any team's got a lucky victory. I think every team has earned it. Plenty of kill points, great macro play and decision making. But I think that FaZe win was a brilliant one. Like, when you consider they were in action from the very first minute of that game until the last, like they got 2 kills, was it on to Eternal Fire at the very start in that hot drop. Then they crashed the compound where there was the GK fight a little while before. Then they crashed another compound. Then they got into loads of battles on the south side of the circle. That was a battling victory from FaZe Clan, and that's going to feel so good.
You undersaid it too much. They crashed the compound and GK. It was death from above. James jumps out the glider, and it was causing damage. Good play. Do you know what? I said it's the wildcard map. They are a 4 which are looking very strong, and if given a little bit of hope, even given the opportunity to go claim some kills, they're going to go do it, and they're going to go do it rapidly as well. So well controlled, and we do see a little bit of a split for them. They're now sitting on 51 points up in first place, so they have jumped only 3 spots, but they have actually caused a little bit of a gap now between first and second. Bushido will fall 1, VP will fall 1 as well, but those are on 39 and 38, so a little bit of a gap here. I feel like for me, Bushido, VP or GK, they need to answer in these next 2 maps, and need to answer big.
But Bushido have been picking up points all night long. Like, their bad games have still been good by other team standards. So for them, they're doing more than enough. But there is that gap starting to go. Like, you got 38 points for VP in 3rd and 34 for GK in 4th. The gap then drops to 27 for Fairy Tail. Now, I know at this point in time, these numbers really don't mean that much, considering the fact that it's only 5 maps in out of 18 total being played. But it always jumps out to me who can start off strong over the weekend.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away from Ascend. Ascend find themselves in the end. Yes, there was a 4-on-2 ending, right? And it was played to perfection, where he was kind of moving their way around. But Ascend need to just drop it down. They need to go, do you know what? Let's just forget that one. We need to reset and try and claim ourselves a victory. So before Gibson, we've only got 2 more maps to do it, and we're going old school. We're going back to Erangel.
Yeah, kicking things off here on Erangel. We've got a flight path going almost from due south to due north, just finishing slightly to the west of Severny. But that being said, all of the drop spots are essentially within dropping distance, unless you want to go to Multipower or Lipovka, but there's still other ways that you can get there. But I want to see who's going to play aggressively now in the final 2 games of the night, because the global trends for Erangel in FPP over the course of the last, I think, year, well, not even year, maybe 6-7 months, the aggression on this map seems to be turned up to 11, right? It seems to me that you've got more players dying on Erangel early than ever before.
To come down to they know each other, how they move, how they shake. When it comes down to this one, then they learn about the rotations. It's not just about who moves when, but who can they catch out at what point and where as well. Slightly smaller, obviously, mappers, so people can obviously position themselves in arguably closer proximity quite early on. There's no close proximity just yet on this map, as FaZe our last game number winners, game number 4 winners. They will extend out towards a normal drop, which is Milta, grab the cars and move on out.
Yeah, dropping in around Sharkfin. Area of the map where I have fun here. I like this part of the map, I'm not going to lie, but we're getting ready for that first circle to show up on our screens. I'm going to refresh the map screen, but it's a full milli circle, basically marking how often do we see this circle in particular cause chaos.
It's chaos for a couple of reasons, and I want to touch on FaZe again. FaZe obviously will drop for Milta. If anybody sees FaZe in the kill feed, that means that East Bridge is closed for service. And they have to figure out how they're going to rotate their way in. Obviously, with the introduction of the E-pickups, that does change the dynamic, the lay of the land of how you can get your way in. But people will be looking at that early rotation, sometimes a victory. We've already got some teams that are sitting over on military. We've got Ascend sitting out on that sort of west-hand side. They went for the early early drop. Obviously, we've got the opportunity with Vorpal Sword, though, going towards Nova. Again, FaZe will be very much aware of that, and they want to try and hold out where they can. So lots of early rotation. I won't be too surprised to see a lot more teams sort of stack up on this north side, but I do like that we see PWD already extending over on that west bridge.
Yeah, exactly. Get over there, take up some ground very quickly, and it gives your teammates pathing options as well. You see that there's been a E pickup called in by EF as Eternal Fire want to get across, and they know that GK drop in the spot, so they're not going to take the bridge. They know that FaZe are on the other side, so this is the best option. PWD, though, he has gone fishing. He sees the opportunity to maybe catch out one of the hype beasts. He'll hear Noik starting that engine. Noik is a sitting duck. He hits the shot, but he doesn't get the head, and now PWD could be in trouble.
He's got no helmet himself, though. He's got an SKS. That's all he's got. He's going to try and take it close proximity. The 6th time is going to look into the soul of Noik if he's able to get the connecting shots. Swaps himself over now as he goes for the drop of the 6 times. Puts himself in a position, and now the reinforcement coming. GK want to keep some bodies up. Sparrow comes in. Initial spray will go through, but Noik can't drop the ball into PWD.
Yeah, that lack of a helmet's really slowing him down. Spyro's going to get knocked, and there's the hip fire. That's what I love about the SKS. In early game, it is essentially a single fire shotgun. Really fires rounds out quickly. Defect sprays through. Nitro is going to get burned inside the building as well, as that's another member of Hypebeast dealt with. And they're going to have 2 for the rest of the game. Keter and Vaso were just a couple of seconds too late to the party. They will turn tail, live to fight another a day. But what an awesome job that was from PWD at close range with the SKS.
It's so close, and he had no helmet. He had to be so cautious about how he made that push in. He waited, he listened, he then made the play. He dropped the 6 times as well. No looking to the soul because there was no need. He got close enough.
I'm a fan. Chris, he's got the Panzer ready as the Send will set up a, not necessarily a roadblock, but an explosive end potentially for any teams that elect to drive down this main road on the edge of Millie Base. But you and I, we have watched enough of this game, Mark, that we know the teams, once they cross the bridge, they go to the high ground. They get up on top of the hill, or they dip down low to the left. You never drive down the middle of that road because it's instant death. Yeah,
it will be instant death. Early rotation, though. So far, find themselves over. I do like this position. We've seen a lot of zones tease back this way. Brian moves back. Eternal Fire will hold. The Dragon is in wait, and he does pull up, thinking he's going to keep the car safe. But do you know what? Let's take one shot. Dragon off to the head. Quick kill, quick confirm. And our Voptrox team now know they got a neighbor not too far away.
Don't worry, though, Voptrox fans. He will be Bjorn again in the next map. Everything will be
you shouldn't have done that.
What? Come on. It was low-hanging fruits. Low-hanging fruits.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. He's a legend. I can't believe he did that.
I'm not saying anything bad about him. It's just it was low-hanging fruit to get that one out there. But Voptrox, they will have to play as a 3 for the rest of this game. See that fan? You and I could really do with that right now, couldn't we? It's gotten
100%.
very hot.
100%. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Voptrox moves slightly afield. They will now try and hold a little bit more of a different position to send over here as well. The Send have got to shake that last game. They've got to shake that last game. They would have known they'd been in a 4-on-2. They went for the res. They went to keep the bodies up. They've got to shake it. They're in a good position now. Teams are moving in. They're holding their cover to perfection. Praying for another west shift. It goes their way. They could be farming. And I feel like I send a duo win.
Yeah, and they did a lot better job in that last map of getting into the placement points. They'll be disappointed they lost when they were up the numbers. But we spoke about how 13 points didn't feel enough for how they've been playing. They doubled that. They're on 26 points now. They're not a million miles away from that top 3. They've got themselves a good position inside the circle. It's just about capitalizing. The next shift is vital in a circle like this, because I feel like one of the strongest positions you can hold in this circle is the Dog Hill shack, with the grandma's house on it, that's just to the west of Millie Base. And if I'm not wrong, it is completely vacant right now. Nobody has stretched out that far yet.
You remember as well how many endings we had around there.
So many.
it's kind of that telling side. Is the zone teasing him? Is it going, hey, we're looking for a west potentially, right? FaZe, as I said, they close down that east bridge. They do it every single time. Fairy Tale, not overextending. They will be looking at how they rotate their way in. But if it does shift back that way, FaZe are laughing. And off the back of that last game, we said there's a little bit of a gap between first and second. Now FaZe will be looking to increase it if the zone gives him a favour.
Eternal Fire and the rest of this team will be hoping that they can finish things off strongly. It's been really hit and miss for them. Like, mechanically, the micro play for this team is incredible. It's the macros caught. I wouldn't even say it's been bad. They've just been caught out on rotations. Like the last map, 2 of their players got crashed by the full 4 of FaZe clan. You know, other maps you're seeing players fall out of being knocked out of cars. You just get days like that. So, like, sometimes, no matter how hard you try, that's just the way it goes.
It's unfortunately how it goes. Football Sword, delivering some windows, launching some shots, just ensuring everyone knows exactly where they are. But we all know because it's where they drop. So just extending out. They're playing actually interesting towards that west side. They're potentially thinking that, hold on, this zone went that way a few times over. Maybe it's going to do the same again. Well, contestants taking public transport as they work their way towards Nova. They are being caught as FaZe. Look at that, FaZe really moving themselves on that map across towards our Fairy Tale team, who took their private yacht across towards Nova.
Would you rather the private yacht or the private helicopter that's being picked up on the very north side of the circle? Like,
Helicopter all day.
Helicopter, you've got more options. The boat goes where the boat has to go. It's as simple as that. But the main thing you can see is they all have their vehicles. Remember when we were on the esports patch with the 8th birthday party and you couldn't keep your vehicle tires safe and you couldn't hide them inside the boat?
Yeah, there's a few dance parties down the boat, so let's not take away let's take the silver lining where it's due. But yeah, it's very difficult to rotate their way over. And actually, FaZe has picked it up. So they have seen that the contestants moving their way over. SlamG, well, they're quite far out. They're on the north side of Pachinki now. They're rotating their way back. Let's draw a few teams out, still on the north side. As Will Die will take that helicopter rotation right over the heads of SlamG.
Also, the 2 helicopters are going to be right beside each other. If you're looking at the screen right now, you have 2 players. They'll all see each other. How aggressive do you want to be? If you're VP, do you dare drop on them as they're dropping on somebody else? Or do you use their drop to go, hey, they're going to go this way, we'll go that way? I know what I'd like as a viewer, but I also know what's probably going to happen as a player, and it's going to be the latter, not the former.
I do love it. Ascend, I get a knock. Everyone's sort of waiting for this zone on that shift. It is phase number 2. Obviously, with all the emergency E-rotates, it's going to be interesting where they go. With Ascend rotating back down towards that south. The zone has played back towards more of a southwest as Voptrox take the opportunity just to put the down player in the back of the car and move in towards the zone. But again, difficult circle, lots of water, lots of unplayable.
Yeah, I'm looking red line. That circle's a tough one. Now we'll see teams potentially go to Grandma's house up on that position. Na'Vi might elect to take that position. A little further south, that little, it's usually what you see as a farm compound is completely free on the main southern road of the island. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody elects to play there, but Voptrox, it's just getting tough for them. Hello My Bad is just having his way with them, and a couple more have fallen. I don't know, this has just not been Voptrox's day.
No. It's a good start, but unable to do any more. Will Die there. They will send up the flare to let everyone know that Bushido is pushing their way. I don't think they have no idea. They're right there just at the moment. Leosh on the adjacent side. Bushido are setting up Ascend. Well, they didn't stay in the compound. They are tempted to look this way. Brex has moved into the tower on the corner, and if this fight erupts and actually gets hunkered down, gets stuck in the mud, I won't be too surprised maybe for Brex to see if he can pick up any early points for Team Ascent.
Yeah, why not? Extend out, have a glance, a little gander as to what's going down at the corner of military base. Elsewhere, Vorpal Swords, they're on the south of military base. They're putting some pressure on Aniko, who's driving that way. Voptrox just driving anywhere they can, hoping to find somewhere to just park up and maybe find some placement points. But I'm looking at this and I'm going, a lot of the really good spots have been taken already. if I could take any team spot who's not in the circle yet, it's probably going to be FaZe wrapping in on the very eastern side of the circle. They're going to come in with lots of space, and if they need to, they can use the coast mark to circle their way around.
Yeah, they can dip towards that south, or they can play back in towards that military. VP, well, they have taken over the position of Ascend, but we do have Redline working their way down as well. Nod gets corrected down. Well, Kilika actually gets a nod, but it's a claim for Redline. BB does get Zico. The rest of VP looking for cover, and Lucarux is there. Provides great cover from the first story.
Yeah, Lucarux will spray towards Redline, but I love the aggression here from them taking on this fight. Nixie is down as things stand, but Evas can't really do anything unless he gets across the road, and he lays down the smoke wall and he's making the move. The real question is he too slow, too late? Lucarux will step up, but he knows there's only one real way that he can step in, and Lucarux wipes out Redline.
Clean. Redline, again, part of that E-rotate. That's the downside. You just don't have the information. You've got to go for a commit. Unfortunately, this commit already had neighbours. Ascend, so before, moved their way down. They're just trying to keep their eyes on the sky, see if anyone else is sort of moving their way in. And Bushido not had the opportunity to activate just yet. Phase number 2. We're about to go phase number 3 as our win or die team hop on the E-rotate because the zone shifts on down again.
Eternal Fire, they're on that E pickup as well, waiting to see where the circle does shift, and if it goes back towards where they were, they might be disappointed, but in hindsight, that is the perfect move that they've just done. The rotate in would have been tough. The question now is where they can land, as hello, my bad, and the rest of Win or Die are in the middle of a 3-way dance. Braxco will find a knock onto the fight, but it looks like Metabay was able to confirm. And yeah, look, Bushido, all those knocks, it's crash time.
Has to be crashed down. There's a drop there to be had as well. They take full advantage of Ascend, but surely going to come on the third party. Don't need the third party. Brex activates as well. Not just one, but two. One stolen away from Na'Vi, as Metabay has to find some cover because there's a lot of chaos, but they've been unable to grasp hold of Win or Die.
Holy PUBG, as Neil Kopp is going to fall now as well. Levante's Molly gets the job done. Now Metabay will try to get the res off, and he should do it as the smoke hasn't dissipated just yet. And maybe Bushido, just maybe, will get back up to a 3. The door's going to be closed, but Braxco is closing the noose. Kiliakai is there as well, and Bushido are done and dusted. Levante picking up those kills, but he cannot rest on his laurels because you've still got EF throwing utility this way. You've still got Kiliakai not too far away. This is not looking good for Win or Die, but at least they outlived Bushido.
That's mental. Bushido had no idea in Ascend. You know what? They timed it to perfection and they got some points. Kilikai was right on the doorstep though, looking to try and continue that pressure on at the moment as the rest of these teams have rotated their way around. Contestants have been locked down for quite some time. FaZe, they were moving on the coast. They've actually dipped themselves just in front. You can now see them in the scopes of Melbourne as they're waiting for that zone shift back their way. It is phase number 3, and there you go. Kilikai did activate, and Win or Die are now going to fall. But don't forget, Gibson, we've got store water in that south. We're going to have to see it shift away, and that's why I think we've seen FaZe move back in towards military.
Yeah, I think that's a good move for them for now, but times can change pretty quickly. VP, 3 players up for them as things stand up on the north side of that circle as we go for the triple box here, or the tri-box, as we keep an eye on Diffx with the M24 in your bottom left, just not hitting the bolty banger that we would want to see. A little highlight clip for him. Perhaps this could be it, but he misses it again. But he's going to have to switch over to the AR mark because here comes Slam G.
They go in, they go past. Quizzy launches a couple of shots, give away his position. Diffix, though, does get the first knock, though, as Quizzy has to step out, but Diffix is there providing the initial cover. Now, he hasn't got time to reload that bolty, so he has to continue with the ARs. He does swap his way back towards the AUG, but he's doing enough at the moment just to keep the bodies alive.
Slam G getting slammed themselves here on the edge of the circle. Art is the last player up as things stand. VP closing in on Geek, though, as Nixie sees the chance to maybe pick up some more points as he steals one away on Delurix. But all this is happening inside phase 4 blue, which is just 40 seconds away from becoming a phase 5. And Geek have seen enough. They're going to slam their way inside of Millie and wait and ride out the next phase to see where they're going to go from here.
Is this zone shift? We have now given away the water, and that's why we saw FaZe play back in towards their military. So again, really good play, really good understanding of how the zones move, understanding actually where they want to position themselves in for a good game. VP just on the outside. Nixie still hoping, praying that more kills might come his way. And as he pops his final med, he has a long run, and it's FaZe number 4. It's going to sting. He has to get shifting.
What in the VP, by the way? Beamy's in the circle and someone else is in the blue. Have we transitioned to some alternative world where VP have Beamy in the circle? They're practicing their skills if that is the case. But Mark, that shift right on top of Ascend. Braxco's a bit trapped to me. He's playing by that little tower on the very edge of the wall. If I'm Braxco, I'm just riding it out. If you're Ascend, you just keep the rest of the players playing by themselves, the 3 players on the corner, and see what Brax can do by himself up on the north.
It's difficult. It is difficult. Yep. Vorpal does get the number punched onto FaZe, but only with a knock, no flush just yet. And Na'Vi have kept their cool. They've been in that high ground for quite some time. No need to move. No one's really pushed. They just kept cool, calm, and collective. Back to the score TDM. And Vard, well, he's waiting for Vorpal Sword to push his way.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords could go this way, but the thing is, if I'm someone else, I'd be tempted to third party a fight like this because there's angles that you can get that could cause some problems. Like contesters might decide that this could be their pathing in. If FaZe Clan and VP get locked into a battle, you use that as your opportunity, your distraction to close the gap. Kiliakai gets a knock across the road onto EF, but unless he's got a few more of them in the back pocket, I don't see Ascend really being able to capitalize on that knock.
I can kind of see it, right? If the fight does kind of unfold between FaZe and Vorpal Sword, yes, you'd expect CS to sort of move in. But if it stays like it is, they do have that little bridge line. Yep. They've got to play straight for it, but it's got to go quite late. So keep an eye on CS, though, as we will keep an eye on them on the map feed of which way they go. And I think it will come down to what's happening around them. If the fight unfolds, expect them to sort of crash their way in. If it stays as it is, they do have a slight path in, but it'd be difficult after that position they stop in.
Yeah, everything goes quiet now for just a little while, right? It's a moment of calm, a second to breathe inside the lobby as teams start making their way in. Now, that circle shift goes violently away from Na'Vi. That's not what they would want to see. And them rotating straight in might just get them away from danger because Hive were sneaking their way up the hill. But the question is, where do they go from here? Maybe the tower that Braxco in is where you're going to play. There's one player left, but instead they are going a full send into the dip. And I guarantee you Extends a surprise to find this dip completely vacant.
Yeah, because the line of sights are not clear. They're not clear. They can just sort of see that right-hand side, but you never know. There could be a solo sitting there. So full commit. They kept the cards together as well, so the car fortification will now unfold. CSO have to figure out which way they go now because it's only shifting back this way as FaZe don't need to move, and they just need to now hold. The nades will go. Slamg will get eliminated, and that's unfortunately by a Panzer from April and Fairy Tale as Vard looks to cook the nade and get it underneath the plane.
Vard, of course, the MVP of the previous map, sprays down Razor. It's as simple as that. Gustav with the instant knock, or the instant flush on the knock. But contesters, we spoke about them and the potential to third party. Knock coming from afar, and it looks like CS might just be making their merry way this way. This is exactly what they were hoping for. And Vorpal Swords, are they going to just get out of there? Are they going to use that knock on the FaZe? Because here we go. Modik will crash.
James gets the first knock, Modik will now go down, but FaZe now fighting on multiple fronts. Gustav, as I said, without the helmet though, they have a fortification, cars, shields, and everything in between. And FaZe Clan looking now to hold. Eternal Fire getting involved, helping as well. As Vorpal Sword getting initial knockdown onto Gustav.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be. This is essentially a triple team fight here on the edge. Fex, though, he's going to spray over, and the Welshman will spray them down. 2 players down for FaZe, but 5 kills on the board. James will get knocked as well as Barizi, the last player standing for Vorpal Swords, finds it in FaZe Clan. Done and dusted. No back-to-back chicken dinners tonight just yet for anybody, but for Vorpal Swords, it's just a momentary respite because where do they go from this point on? You've got yourself a dip, but surely contesters are going to want to push over this way in a little while if the circle continues to shift that way.
Well, they'll be reading the kill feed. They know there's a solo somewhere, so they have to be cautious about how they move. But CS have played this quite well. Hive is eliminated now as they will fall to VP, who now work their way up towards 8 kills. I think this is the worry for VP was, when does Na'Vi come down? Do they crash into our compound or do they whistle past? This time they've whistled past. VP now on the outside. But Nixie is right next to Brex, and I think they're sharing the same postcode.
Yeah, they're a lot closer than I think they might just realize at this point in time. So, I think for Nixie, stay hidden, right? You're downstairs. You're keeping quiet. Braxco is going to wait on the other side. And it's one of those fun ones, right? Because they're hoping that each other will keep each other safe as well. Because Nixie cannot get upstairs without putting himself at risk from the rest of the lobby. And Braxco can't jump out without the exact same. So, this is a forced alliance that neither player is really happy about at this moment in time.
It's an alliance. I'm going to take it. So about the other side of the alliance ascends now with the zone shifting back towards the Tower of Power. They have to figure out how they move their way back into field. Don't forget Na'Vi, though. They threaded the needle in between and they have found themselves in the bowl that we saw Kilikai work his way so hardly through. But Eternal Fire now have to press, and they are now sending their way through. But Pains is there and able to pick up Mad.
Yeah, and these fights have to happen. The circle forcing it as all these teams now will be in the blue very soon. Kiliakai confirms out his kill, but Chris down to 10 HP will have to go prone. Kiliakai, did he see the barrel of the gun through the window? The way he's acting tells me he has. He sprints around the outside. He gets the knock on to Marco. Prone shill in the distance. Ain't going to get it done. Eternal Fire wiped out in 9th. Placement point window is open, but that might be that for Ascend, depending on what happens next, because Na'Vi are on one side. You push. You know what? If I'm Ascend now, that position Brax goes in with Nixie does not look like the worst spot in the world.
Might not be the worst spot, but they've got to figure out how they get there.
Yeah.
They've either got the gauntlet run down the roads, and I think they know the information that they still have a player on the west side of the road. The other thing you can do is deny line of sight. That's why we see the sort of smokes play towards Na'Vi. But for the moment, for a very short moment, Pop Trucks tried to sneak their way in. They're going to fall in 8th place. Placement point gained. Now we have 7 teams remain.
And Fairy Tail, looking at this, I've got a lot of space to the north, but they're down a few players. Na'Vi, they've got 4 players up on the edge of the circle, but if they have to leave this spot, things get tough, and Extends finds that opening knock, using the Panzer a little bit better than it was used on Miramar a little earlier on tonight. Hakatori, he's going to hear the footsteps of Chris, but Mark, you can hear that smoke can spraying off can hide so much sound.
It's going to hide so much sound, but the Panzer will whistle its way through. It's Chris, finds Extends. Hakatori moves his way out towards the blue and nearly for the drop shot. He gets one. The information hasn't gone through. There's 1, there's 2. There's going to be another one down. It's Chris to be claimed. Hakatori says goodbye as the zone will conquer.
Yeah, Hakatori realized that he wasn't going to get the first aid off. He had to fire off those shots, and Na'Vi are down to 2. 1 player left for Ascend. The Na'Vi don't know. They think that Braxco is somewhere behind the rest of the team, but Braxco is still by the Harry Potter Tower. He's in the blue. His only way out now is to take more damage, and there's a little bit of a standoff between he and Nixie now on this side of the circle. Geeke, full control of the center of the compound, or center of the circle, the only team that are there, but they're also in the only really viable spot. So how many teams do you see crashing this way? Because I don't think it's Fairy Tail. I think they're going to play that fence as long as they can. But for everybody else, Geeke's spot is somewhere that they might feel like crashing.
It's difficult, and Geeke really split, aren't they? They're difficult ways in. Yes, if you've got the car, you've got the momentum. The other argument is a lot of teams on the outside edge. Are they even going to have the car? Do they come out of this clean? Or do they get caught in long, drawn-out battles? It's phase number 7-0 Gibson. 7 teams drop, 15 left alive. You might even look at Geeke's spot and go, do you know what? They might get away with this.
Yeah, I don't know. Braxco, there's the smoke. He knows that he's got somebody below him. He's going to wait them out and see if he can find that kill, but Nixie's already extended a little further away. Contesters will fall. 7 teams that become 6 as Vorpal Swords. Barizi, I don't envy this at all. Look at this. It is an open field. He can prone, he can crawl his way in and beg that nobody... Look, he's just taking damage from the blue. Here comes Navi, though. They're going to send Sosid a little further into the circle.
Divix knows that that's not the fight. That's not the one to be drawn into. You've got to defend the West attack now. He goes for the reload. He has the bolty in hand. Now he can hear all the shots coming through. Lugrax will go down. PWD instantly zooms in to claim the point, though. 7 kills on the board. And we go straight for a top 4. Geeko with 4. VP with 2. Fairytale also with a duo. And Na'Vi down to a 2 also.
Fairytale looking to get their second victory of the night. GK looking to get their first, and Quizzy looking to just get a knock and a point where he can find it. Ferris will fall, and Sosid is the last player alive for Na'Vi. And well, at least if you're an optimist, he's in the circle for now, and he's a lot closer to the center of the circle than maybe some of these other teams are. But GK's position is so defensible now because I don't think anybody's got cars.
Nope. It was going to be a car, and a team had to have time to figure out they were going to go for the crash, right? Now that's gone. Actually, yeah, they've claimed most of the zone. It's just about taking the right fight at the right time and finding out where they can gain the kills. Fairytale in a duo, Na'Vi down to a solo. GK just looking to try and maybe draw in some fights. Conf, though, he splits off, and I think they got an idea he's there.
Yeah, it looks like it. And you see that fence, right? In a normal scenario, you'd be thinking if you're April, get to the fence and go prone. But it's the concrete at the bottom of it's broken in so many spots that if you go as close as you can to the side of it, you've got an angle. There's an angle for GK to look this way. And you can see April's kind of looking through that angle himself and going, I don't know what my next play is from this point on. And Quizzy's holding the angle on the other side. So this is there we go. Hello. Quizzy gets the knock onto Conf, and I think for April it's going to be the exact same result. Peeks up. Quizzy knows exactly where April is. I just don't know how Fairytale get out of this.
No, he can actually keep his head down as well. The information. We are seeing PWD just double checking back, so they might not have seen that final play. Actually, I know they've seen it, but just double checking actually where these players are. April has to charge forwards. The depth charges go into the arms, but nothing's connecting just yet. But Quizzy's down to a 1.
Yeah, there's Conf wiped out, and they've spread all the way over. I think they've realized that the other solo is okay with this happening. Defex gets the kill onto April. Now they go hunting for Sosid. They should know where Sosid is. You see damage being dealt in the blue, and that will be that. He's denied, and GK take 21 points, and that is the 5th map tonight that's been secured by a 5th different team, and GK putting their weight about on the first map of Erangel.
But no way about, they were in 4th place coming into this game, but with 11 kills, a 21 point, they do not want to allow FaZe to escape, especially here on day number 1. But then it comes back to the EMEA region. This is what we expect. Teams might go, oh, here's checkmate, and someone else comes in going, no, this is checkmate, and we continue to see the leaderboard climb and climb again. That was match number 5 done, claimed by GK, as we've only got one more left, Gibson.
One more game to go, and then the fun part of your Friday night is over, because what else would you do on a Friday night than sit down and watch some PUBG? We're going to jump into a very quick break, though. When we come back, it'll be the final Erangel of the night. Honestly, get your popcorn, get your drinks, get comfortable, because it's going to be a hell of a watch to finish things off.
Well, with a blink of the eye, the road to EWC finals nears the end. One final game left, Gibson, maybe to crown the champion for day number 1. But we'll be looking to see if it's going to be another team putting a win underneath their belt.
Yeah, who is going to get the final chicken dinner of the night? If any of these teams that have got one already can find it, it gives them a hell of an advantage going into the weekend. But we might just see another few players enter the tournament by getting a win at this point. But it is Erangel to finish things off, and it's a map that we all know and love so much. And I'm thinking, wouldn't it be nice to see maybe an Ascend taking a win in the final game of the night, or even a Win or Die or Hype Beasts to kick off their weekend properly?
You're just going to call every team out that hasn't got a win.
Yeah,
terrible, Gibson.
All 11 other teams.
Absolutely terrible, mate. Look, don't get me wrong. Ascend have been pretty close. They've been knocking on the door. They've been aggressive stance. They had a 2 versus 4 against FaZe, but they were unable to stop them. I do feel like they are due a win, though. I'll give you that. Let's talk about leaderboard, though, very quickly, as we are waiting for the plane just to get loaded, because I think we'll be pretty quick. FaZe are still top of the leaderboard, but with that win, though, GK do launch themselves into second, and as I said before, they refuse to let other teams go. 56 points for FaZe, 55 there for GK. So it is up to the rest of the lobby to ensure they close day number 1 out pretty strong and don't let these two teams run away.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about going into this last game, like if FaZe Clan can get a win, or even, I'm going to say because of the day they've had, even Bushido, it puts them in. There we go. There we go.
Let's go,
right
production.
On cue. So FaZe Clan on 56 points, GK rocking up the second, Bushido falling away a little bit at the wayside down to 41 points. But as we look at that leaderboard, those 3 teams at the top have played so well today. Just look at those placement point and kill totals that they've managed to find.
Look, I don't want to take anything away from VP, right? But they've been super consistent. GG's, 52 points, right? They're working. Bushido started strong. They're kind of falling off. There's the Ronin may have lost their Samurai. Na'Vi, pretty good as well. Explosive for Tego. Ascenders, yeah, I feel like they're desperate for a win. They have been really, really, really close. On the other side of the leaderboard, though, look, it is still pretty tight. Yes, we have a couple of teams up in the 50s, but then arguably the rest of the lobby, there's a couple of jumps, but most of them are consolidated down. It's down to Vuptrox, really. They're at the bottom of the pack at the moment. They've only been able to deliver 6 points. There's a lot to be had. There's a lot to be asked for. But I can tell you what we've been asked for now. It's the final game. It's a match number 6 here for day number 1 for the road to EWC. It's a north down to a south, but we are pushing very much far to the east side.
Yeah, that flight path going from south or north to south, but over on the east, almost following that grid line G all the way down to the bottom. But this is the final chance for these teams to finish off their Friday in a fantastic and fun way. I'm looking at it. I'm thinking if I'm FaZe Clan, I know a win here gives me a huge boost to my chances to be in Riyadh on the Boulevard for EWC in what is just over a month and a bit's time.
Gotta do it. Remember, for those that are new, that are stepping into this and thinking, what the hell is going on? Well, we've got 3 days. This is the final day of day number 1, the final match. And at the end of Sunday, when we draw a close on match number 18, we are only taking 3 teams from this to join Twisted Minds and BB Team on the road to Riyadh for EWC. It is very, very tough, and you've got to ensure you set yourself well above the rest if you want to punch a ticket there.
Yeah, just the 5 teams that EMEA are getting to the event, by the way. Just a small number of 5. I think the Americas are only getting 4. So you've got that. That's a nice little boost to you. But I think that you think about these teams again, right? Very good teams are not going to qualify. It's as simple as that. Even if you took a poll on who everybody thought the top 3 teams with this lobby were, and you qualified them through, you're still going to go, well, the team in 4th should have made it. The team in 5th could. Like, there's so much strength and depth in this region. These top 3 teams is going to be determined by who has the best bad days, right? Like, I'm looking at Bushido and going, they've had a really, really good first day. When you look at a roster like that, though, Mark, what's historically been the problem over a best of 18 for a team like that?
It's all about consistency, and
Exactly.
that's where we see the Na'Vis, that's where we see the VPs and the FaZes rise above the rest. And look, do you know what I want to bring into the argument? Ascend, they've struggled with consistency, but they've started today really well. So, as I said before, I think they're due a win. So let's see if they can get this final game over the line. But we also know that Gibson game number 6 has game 6 antics sometimes. So we've got to get through the chaos first as we come crashing on in for Hive to grab the E rotate.
Yeah, taking the E pickup in the early stages of the game. I think they want to get ahead of the curve. I think they're thinking Gatka. Like, you look at the flight path. You're on it. You know that most of the teams are there. So realistically, a very good guess would be that Gatka or Chopsticks or Dumpling are going to be vacant or going to be free. So they're taking that risk. They're going to hop in the plane and get over as quickly as possible. We're seeing some mental rotating here from Bushido as we get a little drive-by and a power slide from Neil Kopp, but he's not going to get knocked here either. But yeah, back to it. I think that Hive know this, and you'll see them drop near the very edge of the circle.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're going to have to. April, unable to get the connection as the too fast, too furious Bushido. They do spin round, actually. They do look to try and isolate the single ferry. As the rest of them, though, are moving their way out of Yaz. Well, die. They are in the zone. They are still on this north side. As Droxo looks over as Redline. Let's try to figure out. We can see Zico a little bit further towards that left and maybe get a bit more better eyesight. As Malman is going to pop a few shots and let everyone know that he's in school.
Yeah, and we've got our little storm indoors again for all the players inside school. A little bit further away from that, win or die. They're running in towards Redline as Gedrox will just about get out of there. It's about picking up as much speed and momentum as you can and just getting away from this fight, because Redline have a limit. There's only so far they're going to chase Gedrox, and they found that limit as they've taken the compound on the north side of Kidney Island, the north side of Roshawk.
Like we done there, Redline has a limit. Normally doesn't it, Carl?
Yeah.
Navi, a little bit further afield. There's no need for them just to move. They've gone for a bigger split. Again, they're just trying to wait for this one. There is water in the middle. We do have a little bit of water in the north, so we'll be watching to see where the zone shifts. These ones do worry me, especially when we've got Everest in that mountain on the west. If it plays back heavily towards the west, we are going to have to see a mass migration a little bit earlier. And again, it comes back down to game number 6 antics. We've already seen teams chasing round. Brightside hasn't found a place to live just yet. I think he pulls up into his new home.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fairy Tale. Like, they started the night so strong, and it's just not been the way they would have wanted it to be ever since that point. Like,
Miramar.
they are, yeah, but where are they? As things stand, they're in 35 points after picking up, wasn't it, 20 plus in game number 1 of the night? So,
yep.
It's been slow for them since those wins early on, and that can make a night feel very long as well.
It's just difficult for them. And they've always been strong for me on the Miramars, and they have been getting better on the other maps, but they haven't performed to the level they need to, and that's why we see them drop down the leaderboard. But arguments say if they have a good couple of Miramars tomorrow, that might launch them back up the leaderboard, put them back in that conversation. But when it comes down to a top 3 position, let alone a top 8, like, that's where they kind of need to get that consistency back on the other maps.
Yeah, Bushido, they're, of course, another one of the Turkish sides in this team. Team Turkey, I'm liking it. Not going to lie. You look at the players that they're bringing to PNC. Between Bushido and Eternal Fire, you've got some cracked players.
Yeah, you have. Very, very strong lineup. Be interested to see how they do that survivability, that grit that these teams can bring. If they can bring that to that event, will be interesting. For now, Zico has stepped one step too far, and Slam G have said goodbye for this evening. As now look, well, he's just looking to try and get some shots back, but Boostic is there, and Mogor's got the off angle, so he will fall. And now the crash to the compound should ensue.
Yeah, Magor will get that knock, and do they get aggressive? I'm keeping an eye. Looks like Vuptrox's movements might just be drawing the attention of Bushido a little bit elsewhere, but Slam G, are they? I'm looking at them. I need my glasses for that little mini map to see if yeah, they've made it. They've made the crash. No surprises there.
Yeah, it's the right move. It is the right move. The rest of the guys a little bit further towards the east. Next compound, just down the road, but for Slam G, 2 kills, they take the compound. They can now stretch themselves back out if they are expecting that sort of west shift. Wouldn't be too surprised for them to make their way down to kind of that cube compound, that little square compound, just before you cross back over towards the south side. Smokor, well, he's going to cut the engine and sail down south.
Yeah, Magor will just be as quiet as possible for Slam G as they get on the move. It looks like Ascend are taking some damage off in the distance as well, as they are going to rotate through Hype Beasts. Another team, like I said, would like to see some points on the board, but Nitro was be down. It's all down to Vazo at this point. He takes a bit of a spray. He holds the angle, but he is surrounded by... Yeah, into the bathroom. He's done. He's done.
Yeah, he's done. It's Chris sweeping 2. Pains will go for the 1. Ascend need the win. Said it before several times this evening. If Ascend are aggressive, they're looking good, and the German community will be happy that they are still in the topic of conversation. Fairytale still looking for someone to find to shoot at. They are pretty spread across, and they're on a wide 2-2 split, 1 north, 1 south, so they have options either side of the water.
I like it. You know, hedge your bets at this point in time. In an ideal world, you've got an E pickup, because driving to the other teammates is going to be really difficult indeed, but I'm okay with it. The 2-2 split at this point is fine. I'm looking elsewhere for maybe something worth bringing up. Navi have a 2-2 split, but theirs is on this south side with 2 players a little bit, I think it's Mini Potch they're playing, and then this position you see Hackatorian. So they'll just wait, see what happens, and I think a lot of these teams are playing the waiting game. Like, if you had access to the map, Mark will tell you, nearly all of the teams are on the south side of the river, even though so much of the space to the north is free and still inside the circle.
Yeah, and you look at, so we've got 3 teams, and that includes Fairytale on the north side. See, Redline, I suppose they're a duo. Win or Die, they've got a part split between Cube and actually a little bit further afield. Slam G are kind of more the aggressor on that north side, and as we mentioned before, Fairytale were a big 2-2 split, as you saw them in that mini-map. Everyone's waiting for that zone now to shift. Where do we go? Well, looks like we still hold on towards his side. Bushido now on the outside edge on the east, as the zone will collapse on in. These teams need to now move on out. It has obviously given us more towards the south, guys. We go as far as kind of Everest and across to kind of where Bushido are at the moment.
Circle that's been tread many times by these players, though, with Ruins, Pachinki, School, and Roshawk all still and captured inside of Phase 2. Navi will give up on their 2-2 split, realizing that it's better if they hold the Mini Potch compound that they're in right now. Eternal Fire have lost 1, and Shilla is all by himself, being surrounded by all the members of Vorpal's Swords. But here's VP trying to pull off a bridge camp.
They are trying to pull off the bridge camp at the moment as they reposition, but Win or Die collapsing at speed. Hell of my bad down to a 1 shot at the moment, as Nixie needs to be cautious later, so is stored there, and if he peeks his head up and over, he might have picked up Nixie. Gets to reload, actually cancels it. Now it's just trying to figure out where that player lies.
Vorpal Swords, they'll be pretty happy with this shift as well. You know, they're playing on the Potch Hills, just on the edge, and taking the warehouse to the west of Potch. You've got contesters now with Bushido playing the dips just to the north of the D&B compound, or plug and socket, whichever one of your favorite terms to call this one is. But I'm looking at this. I think it's like, You'd argue that the likes of Navi and contesters and Bushido have good positions, but they're all so close together. And if the circle shifts this way, these are crashable positions. These are positions that you see time and time again. Other teams are like, yep, we have got avenues to crash this if we need to do it.
This worries me though. Very Turkish style of play, right? They've positioned themselves in the center. They've thrown out the anchor. I don't think Bushido will look to move. They'll be praying for the zone to come back their way. It's kind of a all or nothing style of play now for this last game. They might keep their head down. They might be okay. If someone moves into Rozuk, they are going to get expelled slightly. Unless these teams move their way in. Fairytale did the collapse there, 2-2 split. Ascend have moved in towards his south side as well. As we can see, Win or Die dancing the dance with VP.
Yeah, they got across. No, you know, they lost Levante, but with 3 players up, it's fine. Like Leosh, he'll keep running up to the edge of the bridge, scouting over to make sure that there's no ideas of VP to make the crossing. Vuptrox inside Pachinki. Pop the tires, right? You're looking at this and you're going, oh, he's shooting the player. No, he's popping tires to make it a lot more difficult. But Bjorn's got to be careful, because Vorpal's Swords are getting very close. Now, I know the balcony will protect him here in the building, but If you make too much noise and you get too tunnel visioned onto Bushido, it could open the door for Vorpal Swords to be a problem.
Could be a big problem here. Could be cautious though. Zubida hits one. I think he's expecting him to go full sprint, and Neeks took a slow stroll back to the door, able to survive out. His card has been matched. Brent is just underneath him. I don't know if Zubida knows he's going to play parkour over the roof. Waiting for the next zone to now bolt 4 seconds before we see where phase number 3 goes. Expectations are we should start losing some of that water, but don't. It shifts heavy back towards the north. That means we've still got the river in play. It does mean we are going to start phasing in from phase 4 onwards. We need to shift away, and kind of think, Gibson, there's a river running right through the middle of this next zone.
Yeah, this is a rough one. Because if I'm a player, I'm probably cutting off everything north of the river, and I'm going, this is probably going to go towards where Slam G is, or it's going to go back towards Rozhawk, right? This is a really tough one to call for all of these players. And now you're seeing things start to kick off. Boostic, he's going to get the knock on to Code Marco, and this crash by the commander. He's with 29 HP. He's sticking the fight. He lands the headshot, but his own health was a little too low. Now Art is pushing from the other side, but the Mad, he's going to pop the first aid, and here comes the push. Is he going to save his teammate? Art gets the knock, and Boostic will be alive. Maybe the Mad would have been better securing that point at the time, but instead he was thinking long term, and Slam G, well, they're going to be wiped out as well, because that is that. Vorpal Swords are going to crash as well, and they secure the spot for themselves.
Artix holds, he clears, and then Vorpal Swords say thank you very much. We'll take the area away from you. Red line, Ivis, not the final two. They have been working their way into Rozhawk, as Sen moved their way in a bit too early, not checking it off, and Killicut is now going to fall. Pains will wait, as he'll be waiting for the more reinforcements. The rest of these teams now taking that kind of E-rotate, and everyone for me is going to be looking at that boatyard now. Jedrox gets Gustav. They just about get boots on the ground.
Yeah, Gedrox will get a second as well, as FaZe Clan now in a ton of trouble as win or die, putting the pressure on. VP throwing blue zones over here, hoping to steal some kills away, as Hello My Bad will secure at least Gustav for now, as a team that has won it. Oh, that's a great nade from Nixie. That does steal a kill away, and VP get their second.
Hit and run, literally. He just throws that nade and he's like, yeah, I'll see you later. Team's going to try and find somewhere to lay low. Arguably, you'd say this position's good, at least for another zone. Vard is doing the beaming, and he's very much out in the blue. We go back to the outside edge. Fairytale climbing outside of school. They've been here for a while on that 2-2 split, and they collapse. And now they find the send. Couple of shots though, but no knocks just yet.
Yeah, and now he looks as it turns his attention back towards Bushido, who've got contesters not too far away, and should pop another tire if I were you, Conf. Make sure that that buggy is going absolutely nowhere. That's exactly what he is going to do. But if you're Fairy Tail, it can be difficult to pick a target, because you've got a send to the north of you. You've got Red Line not too far away as well. You know where Bushido are, and you've also got to be careful of teams like Hive pushing up your way, or maybe even contesters. So it's getting very busy on the west, and that shift does come in. The phase 4, the land ratio shift, and Mark, I'm looking at it, this is a boatyard circle.
I'd love it. I would love it. But there's still too much water there. It has to shift away, right? We have to see it play back. That's why everyone's holding on to the outside edge, this south side, the precipice of the zone. Fairy Tail going to continue to move their way down. They've gone for a bit of a 2-2 split again, as the south side will continue the pressure on towards Bushido and towards the contestants. As Conf, well, he can lay waste to the remainders of anyone coming out of Rozhawk. Red line ascends to find pathing through, but you already look at the pathing, you can see even on that little mini map that Hive are also waiting for whoever the victor's going to be.
Yeah, and Fairy Tail moving closer and closer to Hive, and I think for Fairy Tail, they're still not in the worst spot in the world working into the circle. They really need contesters and Bushido though to lock horns, because Bombolovo is feeding all the information to the rest of the team. April will send some suppressed 5.56 their way, but the smoke has been laid down. Are we about to see the push from... yeah, Fairy Tail, I think they've done the right thing. They're just going to dip into that little crevice and play the long con.
It's the right play. It's the right play. A lot of people have got zeroed in though on this top side as the barrage of the mortar fire comes in. Kilikai is down from Ascend. Don't forget, he did try to climb South Pachinki Hill early on without checking off if he had any neighbours. Rex, well, just double checking to see what is around him at the moment, because the closer they go towards the west, the more angles are going to be exposed on them, and they've got to be the last team here.
Yeah, Ascend look like they want to take this fight now with Redline as well. Evas is playing inside as Hakatori gets the knock on to Bushido. Was finally one of these teams that have lines of sight. It's able to thread the needle through those deployable bits of cover and get some shots in. Metabay will tag him back, which will force Hakatori into some cover for now. But as it stands, this is not good for Ascend at all. This is not good at all as Gedrox gets the angle, and that'll just force the fight with Redline a little bit quicker.
No one's really forced pressure onto Win or Die, so it was only a matter of time before they started looking back to see who's leaving the towns around them, and obviously Ascend leaving it too late to kind of push towards Redline, and there's no surprise Redline will get the clear. Unfortunately though for Ascend, unable to claim the victory for this one. 13th place for them, but they've had a good day. They've had a good day. I just want to keep the aggression up for them. Fairy Tale, when they came towards that south side, they did find the little dip, and Hive, who were already here, both these teams will be waiting for this dangerous duo to eventually leave Rozhok.
Let's not forget that Vard is still alive in Rozhok as well, so he could sneak up in behind Redline, and a player like that is more than good enough to do some damage, but he might not even have to. Hive will find the first knock onto Nod, and here come Fairy Tail to take the high ground. They were hoping that maybe Hive would have sustained the knock in the fight, but instead they're going to bring it this way. April will fall because of course it is June at this point, as Schengen will look up that right line, throwing some smokes of his own, but a great nade from Brightside. Mark will find a knock onto Rocks.
Yeah, and for the guys for Win or Die, they don't need to move. Vard just coming out on the outside, has a little ridge. He might be able to lay low, lay waste to anybody that remains here. Dante will pop the smoke now on the other side. Geek will eventually fall. There's a lot of action happening out on that west side of Zone. Zone has pulled back towards the east. Bushido have been here for a while. They now get to hold out as Hive look to stick the res.
Yeah, and the last member of Redline, Evas, is just playing the shack. But as you can see, Leosh making the send. Vard almost doing some damage. He sprayed towards Dante Presente, but it was Brightside that he found. And now he's been dealt with on the edge. Bushido holding out contesters as well. And this is just shooting fish in a barrel for Bushido now as they make their way through the smoke. But has enough been thrown to cause some problems because Zhou Yuk got the angle on the other side, Mark. And he needs to get a knock onto Bushido when he can't hit the shots just yet. Maybe the third time of asking. No, you gotta get a knock to give your teammates a chance.
Yo, he's just hitting more of the car. He had the great opportunity. Contestants though, right underneath the ridge line. Bushido play over the top though. Snapex will snap the Panzer though as he pans into straight. Crossberg will go down. He's down to 1 HP. He gets the opportunity now to get the med back on as the rest of the contestants now closing their way in as they go for the full defensive line. And Bushido, they're scared to leave the trenches.
Snap's going to get crackled and popped though as he falls at the hands of Metabay, and it's all down to one member left of contesters. And this player was not able to get the knocks that were required a little while ago to buy his teammates the chance to win that fight. Over on the other side, you can see that more covers being called in to give yourself a defensive front against Na'Vi, as Hive will do even more damage to Fairy Tail. Confident Brightside dealt with, and Zhoyuk is down as well. Bushido get up to 4 kills, and they can go for the res as E-Pass is just trying to do what he can. 4 kills for them inside the shack, and being a thorn in the side of Win or Die and Hive.
Surviving. He is surviving. Just give me some kills. Give me some kills. Win or Die having to leave their compound as well. They now work their way in front. They're taking a fight towards Hive. Hive, though, 5 kills at the moment. Store 4 bodies. They go for a little bit of a reload on the util. The nade will get swallowed up by the Dorito. And Rox doesn't have the vest to play with. He's got an ump in hand, though, looking to try and drive the spear forward, though, as the rest of Hive will reinforce him. And he gets a second chance to get his hands on the loot box.
Yeah, Presente moving up now. Hive see Win or... Oh, no Win or Die. Not there, not there. This is the worst place you could have went, as Hive will say thank you very much for that delivery of points. And now you focus on Evas on the other side of the road. Here comes Voptrox, though. One member of Na'Vi dealt with, so said will be wiped as Voptrox get their 3rd kill of the day. don't forget, James is still alive as well. And if he can just hug the wall, he will still be alive inside the circle and potentially pick up more placement points for your lobby leading FaZe clan.
Nixie zeroed in, mate. He's not going to let him go. He knows he's there, right? So he might get tempted. He might hear all the commotion happening just outside of the boatyard as the zone does shift again back towards the southeast. Again, giving away the water that is in the middle of the boatyard. Voptrox, though, 3 kills. They have lost Forex, though, so have an opportunity, have a little bit of freedom on this outside edge and maybe let the commotion of the east just settle a little bit.
Presenti will rock up into the position that we just saw Win or Die get deleted from. You know, it's a good position to be in if there's nobody on the high ground, so High will say thank you very much. We've got ourselves a Mexican standoff here, or even more so a duel, because there's only 2 players involved on the edge of the circle, Neil Kopp and Bombolovo. If Neil Kopp can get to that next Dorito, as you call it, sprint up, take some ground, give yourself some cover, because Bombolovo, he's got a more of an angle to hold his head. Neil Kopp got the blue at his back, but he loses it. Bomboleo is able to get that one, and that's Fairy Tale with their 2nd kill and another team falls.
More of a dance-off that was, mate. Absolutely love it. Fairy Tale down to the final player, able to take the fight head-to-head, skill set on skill set, but they've got to work their way. An open train ending is game number 6 and 6. Correxido will find Presenti to present himself now. Another kill confirmed up by Beanie, and everybody is suffering at the moment. Redline, Ivis still alive, 4 kills, looking to get another one. Actually, Fairy Tale able to get the connection, and he's going to cause some issues though on the other side. Ivis looking to try and get the steal now. Yeah, and Ivas inside the blue. If he can pop this off and sprint, Hive are so distracted by the foul. Oh, never mind. Navi are going to deal with it, so Ivas is just going to shoot. First aid. Shoot. First aid. Try get another point for Redline. As you can see, he's taken so. Look at Navi. There's Hakatori. He's peeking over. Ivas gets distracted. Hive are eliminated. And there's just 5 teams left alive. Make it 4. And it's VP, Navi, Voptrox, and FaZe. So the only way, Mark, that we don't see a double winner on the night now is that Voptrox can win from the west side of the circle. Pretty good ending for the team on one of the German teams. There's a 4 versus 3 versus 1. James has been able to survive out towards a top 4 position. Nixie, if another nade in hand, will like to try and get the connection like he did on towards Fex. Voptrox, though, have been kind of left to their own devices. They've cleared out a bit of Geekay and worked their way now in the west. They have the opportunity to wrap in quite low and use the trees as cover. That would deny, I suppose, the line of sight for VP. I'll be interested to see which way Navi rotates in. My logic is they've got to follow suit. They've got to come round to sort of south to southwest side and move on in, because you've either got a hill on the south or you're going to take the hard cover in boatyard.
Yeah, VP still playing a bit of a pseudo 2-2 split as things stand as well. 2 players focusing on James on the other side. But if you like the idea of history repeating itself, the last time you and I casted the 6th map of a night with Voptrox in the lobby, they managed to get the chicken dinner. Can they do it again? 3 kills on the board for them. They're inside boatyard. But that compound that Corexi and Beamy are in right now is so powerful. A garage compound and a circle like this, center circle, is such a dominant position.
Navi though have the option to go back onto the east. So they've got the, yes, it's a big compound, but they've got that ridge line just underneath them.
Yep.
VP obviously won't want to give that up just yet, but if the commotion starts to unfold, if Voptrox get involved, if Lucrox, Nixie get zeroed in on James, and we see kind of the VP play, you got to look back at Navi as a potential swing. They could cause some damage if, again, this commotion gets kind of bogged down in boatyard.
Yeah, VP got to be careful, right? Don't get too laser focused, because we know that Voptrox closing in on the other side. Lucarux, if he gets spotted out, he's essentially in a 1 versus 4, because Nixie is in the other building still looking James, but James is in the circle now. He's done his job at this point in time. Nixie doesn't have any blue zone nades, which is what you would really want to dispel James from this position, but he's so laser focused. You really want Beamy and Corexi to feed the information. Your back is clear. Your back is clear. You can keep an eye on James. But while all this is going on, Navi have been left to their own devices.
I think Na'Vi looking to try and park underneath the noses here. I think that for me, they've left it too late to play on that sort of southwest corner. It's got to be smokes, allow the cars to build a bit of momentum and park underneath VP. How much util VP have got? Well, that's going to be interesting. There's the smoke wall. Here's the rotation. Here's the ridge line. They should drop down the anchor. Crexy launches out a nade, backs away for a little bit of hard cover now. So reposition, try and get some high ground now. But Na'Vi able to get to the ridge and they get there pretty clean.
Every single thing has changed now that Na'Vi have gotten to that position without taking a single knock. The circle keeps Na'Vi in, but all of a sudden Voptrox are wrapping around the side. They might look to take the fight to Na'Vi on the side of this one as well. But for James, where do you go from here, right? The circle has shifted away from you once more. VP have backed up all 4 players now inside the compound, so Voptrox might be the team that'll be able to find James as he moves into the circle.
It's the danger. It is the danger. Both these teams have sort of been left here. VP with Na'Vi's move, as you're right, they had to sort of move into a new position. The 2-2 was unable to hold. Voptrox, though, I do see it. I can see the trees will provide the cover. They have another angle into this fight as well. But I think they'll be tentative working their way through Boatyard, just to be cautious there's no single players, snakes in the grass, so to speak, that they might come across.
Virtus Pro, all 4 players alive inside this compound in the center of the circle, and Anako's just been spotted out by Lucarux. And Anako, I'm afraid, my friend, you've got to use one of your smokes or use the reload as an opportunity to reposition. James is still alive as well, but he's been spotted out and he gets beamed by Beamy, and that makes it a 3-team dance. Anako sprints across, smoke to smoke, 3v3. And VP, right, they're constantly looking over their shoulder to see what happens with Na'Vi behind them.
They are. Unfortunately, FaZe will go down at the end of their run. Now VP actually in a bad spot because of Voptrox coming on the north side. Na'Vi made the play on the south side and VP right in the middle. And arguably, Na'Vi can push pretty clean on one side without fighting Voptrox. Same with Voptrox, and VP have to fight on 2 fronts here. They've got the skills to do it. But an opening knock, that could be good. But that's what I'm talking about. It's going to be difficult for them to fight both teams at the same time.
Yeah, I think that really Voptrox need to hope something goes their way now, because VP know that Voptrox is the easier fight at this point in time. So, Anako needs to make something happen. You need a knock, and if you get a knock onto VP, you can be sure that Na'Vi will push. But look, Na'Vi have gone the other side. You have 2 teams now staring down Voptrox, realizing, hey, we can be able to, no, never mind. Hakatori and Ferris have closed the gap, and they're now essentially sharing a building wall now with Lucarux.
Bad to say, I think they're trying to position themselves to deny the garage building. They've done that to perfection. Extend, so shooting over towards the other side. They've got to keep an eye on Voptrox though, as the smoke wall has started to bloom. Neeks though hold himself on the outside. Voptrox could potentially take on Na'Vi here, but everybody has to push towards VP.
Yeah, you can see more damage being done now onto Extends as Nixie gets the opening knock, and this does Voptrox a world of a favor. Spray from the other side though. Nixie, he might be the friend and the foe for this side as he gets the knock onto Neeks, and things are going from bad to worse for everybody. Not called VP. Beamy will try to vault up onto the roof. He made it stick, but Voptrox are blue zoned out of it, and it's Na'Vi or VP. Beamy on the roof. He sprays down. There's one place he can be, but Fairest is there. Lucarux steps on up. It's a 2 versus 2 for the win. Corexy lays down the smoke, but Mark, what a battling performance this is from Na'Vi. Making another one. It is Fairest is the last player standing.
Ferris is standing, but he is a machine. 10 kills for Na'Vi. Nixie has got his number pinned. There goes the flash. Gascan will come out on the other side. Corexy looking for the angle to hold. The blue zone's going to do the damage. Beamy will try and hold the information. The spray will go through the door, and Ferris refusing to go. Nixie will close it out. VP for the win. 6 games, 6 different victors, 8 kills and an 18-point for VP. They held strong and they held the distance. VP claimed game number 6.
Yeah, they get their 2nd victory of the night, and they do it in style in that final game. And it was tough. For a moment, Na'Vi looked like they were about to turn it around with some brilliant plays. But as always, positioning is so important. That compound did them so many favors in the end as they got that win. It's, you know what, it's a fantastic finish to the night. I think if you're a VP fan, it's a little bit later, you know, for those players that are a few hours ahead of us, they'll get the win, they'll go to bed feeling good. But with that, sorry, where did I say second one? For the first one, it's the 6 games and 6 different map winners. Yeah.
What I said. That's what I said.
I'm crazy.
Games, a new winner.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
What game are you playing? I know VP have been in the top 4 quite a few times, but they've been unable to convert. If you even think back to game number 1, VP was on that kind of east side and they were controlling out, and then we saw a Hypebeast play across and Fairy Tail obviously held out, and VP's always been in that talking point, but they've been unable to convert. This game obviously was pretty strong for them. For me, it was a hold, that 2-2 hold. Yes, FaZe did drop in on them again. They was able to deal with that, but they held that 2-2 split. No one else really pushed into that position, and it's a well-deserved win. They were coming into this game in 3rd place. A win also puts them back up, and we might see VP top of the table.
Yeah, that hopefully we will see some big plays for them, and maybe another team will enter the party tomorrow. But don't worry, that's not it for PUBG today. We've got EWC qualifiers for North America happening later on tonight, so make sure to tune in and support those guys as they take part. Another talented casting crew to bring you through all the action. And if you are joining us late, we're sorry, but you can always watch back the VOD. 6 games tomorrow, 6 games on Sunday. Mark, it's been a pleasure casting with you as always, but until next time, in the words of Toffees, play more PUBG.